That shall remain a mystery.
Excellent.
So yeah, it's a picture I took from a window, but I'm not there right now. So
Wow.
put it that way.
Amazing. Amazing. Kirk, do you want to bring people back?
Everyone is back.
Right. Okay, great. And I know we've got a live stream, so you've got some slides and some notes. Kirk?
Yeah, I'm just making sure that the live stream is actually working.
Great.
It is playing up ever so slightly. I just wanted to make sure that it's going to do what it's doing.
Kirk, do you want to bring people back?
Everyone is back.
Right. Okay, great. And I know we've got a live. Is that yours, Alex, that's doing the feedback?
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I fixed it. That's good news.
Okay, fabulous. Fabulous. Well, while people arrive and log in and that sort of stuff, I'm Mark. I run Business of Software. Welcome. We're going to just run through a little bit of admin before we kick off and talk to you about what we're going to be going through over the course of the day. There is a live YouTube stream if you want to watch the YouTube stream rather than take part in the room. But I think one of the real joys and benefits of being part of the Zoom meeting is that you can take part and think about this as something that's going on in the room, and you're very much part of the session. So please, if you're here, put your video on so we can see you. It's incredibly nice. It's incredibly helpful for speakers to see people's reactions when they say controversial or interesting things. So, Kurt, do you want to? Oh, you've got your thing up.
Yes, so welcome everyone to our Growth and Leadership BoS Symposium. Everything you're going to need today and in the future is going to be on that attendee hub, certainly, which you should be able to get a QR code if you're being very quick, and you can scan that. Yeah, so we'll be putting all the resources, any slides that you see today, any handouts or any quizzes, anything like that, we'll get a copy of it all and put a copy of it there for you to refer back to in the future. We'll also get the recording of today's session up there. Probably we normally do that the day after, so that will be up there tomorrow as well. So everything you will need. If you don't fancy the QR code, you can also use the Bitly code, and yeah, everything is there that you'll need. And any questions, hit me up.
Fabulous. So look, let's jump right in. Really excited to see Alex. I know there are a lot of people who are big fans and have created all sorts of interesting businesses and off the back of some of the incredible work that he's done over the years. I guess about 10 years ago, you came to Boston and did a talk with you were Clay Christensen spoke, and then Alex spoke, and there was a fascinating kind of meeting of minds. And I think you said to me afterwards, that was kind of that point when you decided you didn't want to be a speaker, you wanted to be a software entrepreneur. And so from those sort of origins, you've been spending a huge amount of time running a software business. And I know if people are used to listening to Alex talk about frameworks and models, you may be in for a surprise today, because we're going to be talking about your leadership journey. So please put your hands together and wave and shout and scream, whether you're on mute or not. If you have any questions, put things in the chat. Alex, I'll sort of, you go through, but we're going to be talking about, where you've come from and what you've learned and how you're managing your remote organization. And thank you very much indeed. Welcome, Alex.
Thanks, Mark, for having me. I've done a couple of, I looked back, I've done a couple of presentations, right, at Business of Software.
Yeah.
And of course, a lot of it was really, not from the practitioner leadership perspective, but from the practitioner doer perspective. How do you create value propositions? How do you create culture? How do you manage this or that? Today, I'm going to do something, almost embarrassing, definitely humbling. I'm going to show you, I'm going to show you the end result, but it's the end result of how I became a CEO. It's not just the title, it's you have to become a CEO. You can have the title for free. Everybody's a CEO these days. But today, is a journey of a ton of mistakes. And I'll also give you some data that will show you're not born a CEO. I never thought I'd be a CEO, right? I became an accidental CEO to a certain extent. But I'm going to show you the journey and the key things that those of you who are CEOs or becoming CEOs of your company, in particular software company, what you can learn. So you don't have to do the same silly things I did over the course of a decade. So I called this, I changed the title a little bit, and I call it my CEO apprenticeship, because there's a lot of theory and stuff there that you should learn. So you're not born a CEO, it's something you can learn, like becoming a medical doctor. But of course, like in an apprenticeship and like becoming a doctor, there's the practice, right? So it's a back and forth. And I'm going to talk about this. Again, where we arrived today and where I arrived today is the result of many, many mistakes, all on my own money, because we haven't been venture backed. We did some debt financing, and now we're moving towards equity financing. But I made the mistakes on my own wallet, right? And some of them, I can guarantee you, very expensive, very expensive. Okay, so now the starting point I want to take is how entrepreneurship and leadership is often portrayed in popular culture, in particular when it comes to software or platforms, right? Like the kind of Silicon Valley wave, there's something there that I think what's really fun at Business of Software, we don't use that image, but it still pushes us. And it did, I'll take myself, it always weighed there a little bit. I felt like I'm a fraud. I'm running a business, with close to 50 people and a coaching network around the world. And I felt like I didn't achieve shit, right? Like I'm not worth $1 billion and I don't employ, 3,000 people. But that's not what it's about. And it shouldn't matter. But there's always this looming pressure. Now, I'll give a silly one as an example, right? Everybody put this gentleman here, really nice guy if you want, a criminal probably, but a nice guy, Sam Bankman-Fried on the cover of magazines. The next Warren Buffett. What's the other thing there? That only Zuckerberg has been as rich this young, 29. So there's this glorification of one image that doesn't really, correspond to the reality of entrepreneurship. And we need to constantly remind ourselves, this is not true. And this obviously is a very extreme case. There's successful billion-dollar software companies and scale-ups, but there's a lot of this that puts a pressure on the real world. The real world is not the few unicorns that exist, right? The real world is, yes, there's small, there's medium, and there's unicorns. And there's no value judgment in any of this. But let's not forget, building a business with 50, 500 people, that is extremely hard and extremely good if you achieve that and succeed with that. We should never neglect that and say, oh, yeah, 10, 50, 100 people as a lifestyle business. It's still hard to achieve if you really create value. But the crazier thing here is that if you take these cases, because there was so much fear of missing out, that the investors didn't do their due diligence. And here, I can tell you, it's criminal neglect. So even if maybe, our friend here, it didn't have a criminal intent, it's definitely a complete failure as a CEO, as a founder, because the job of a founder is not just to raise money, it's actually to run a company, create value for customers, create value for the business, create value for the stakeholders, which is the team and the shareholders, but then also hopefully create value for society. So that's what I'm going to talk about. Mark, if you see comments coming up in the chat window, don't hesitate to interrupt, right? But you can't become a great CEO or founder with life hacks. It doesn't exist. It's hard work, and a lot of it is experience. So we looked at the cliche image in pop culture. And again, I have nothing against unicorns, but I think we should not, succumb to the pop culture image that this may create. So what I want to do now with all of us here, and it's not going to work for those on YouTube in the live stream, I want you to participate in a quick Menti quiz, and there's a winner, right? Quiz is not just questions, you can win something. So my suggestion is you win, a couple of Strategizer books from our series, or alternatively, just ask me 3 questions. I personally take the time to answer them for you and for you only, the person who wins. Okay, so type in the Menti code or use the visual code there that you've seen. I'm going to switch and see if I can make this happen more or less elegantly to the web so we can actually play together. Okay. Here we go. The CEO apprenticeship mini quiz. There are 4 questions now and 3 questions later. So 2 rounds. You can win the first round. But what really matters is who's the winner at the end. Okay, let's see. Ready? Okay, we got a couple of players here. So we're going to start together. If the web does want to work with us. Okay, somehow. It's always then when the web fails. No, we got it. We got some players. Okay, let's go. So we got 8 questions overall, 2 times 4. First question. Average age of entrepreneurs in tech, VC-backed, and patent-owning firms. What do you think is the average age? 21, 33, 43, 51, or 81. What's the average age of tech entrepreneurs or software entrepreneurs? Anything scalable is in this data set. Okay, so great. A lot of people, a lot of here, they know the data. That's great. Okay, so this is the average. So it's not the young, university dropout, and it's even more extreme if we go to biotech, right? The age goes even higher up. But what we're interested in now is who is successful. We just looked at the average age. What we really want to know now is who is actually successful. So we're going to look at the average age of the top 0.1 most successful entrepreneurs as to team growth over 5 years, right? So we're not talking revenues. We're not talking how much money they raised, team growth. So is it 27, 36, 45, 52, 78? Let's see. Okay, so many of you say 52, but it's actually 45. So it's a bit older than the average age. So, for some of us there, I'm 48. It's actually pretty comforting. Doesn't mean you can't succeed if you're younger, but it's outside of the norm. And if you look at that data set, this actually comes from some research. I'm going to send you out all the slides after you have the data in the slides. Under 25, founders do well extremely rarely, okay? That doesn't mean you can't succeed, but it's not likely that you're going to succeed at scale. After 25, there's actually a sharp increase in performance. So it's not so often that the younger ones really succeed well. Guess why? Because there's an experience component in becoming a great founder and leader and CEO. And then after 35, the probability of success increases, right? So I take this from some of the research that you'll find the link in the slides. And then there's another surge in performance, when you get to 45, 46. Pretty amazing. It's completely counter to the pop culture. And that's what I want to emphasize here. Third question. Let's go for it. Slightly different. Now we are going to look at unicorns. So how many unicorn founders have directly relevant work experience in the industry that they're disrupting? So we're looking at software, VC-backed, founders, also biotech. How much industry experience do you think they have? 20% of them, 30% of them, 40% of them? Okay, across a bit of a mix. It's actually only 40% have experience in their industry. And here's maybe the thing, that it's actually about the experience as a leader, as a CEO, as a founder, more than the industry experience. So if we look at the data set, here I took it from Super Founders, a book by Ali Tamaseb, who's a VC, who looked at the most successful, entrepreneurs in terms of now unicorns. And I hope he took some of those frauds out of the data set, but those are still the exceptions, right? So if you look at it, the relevant industry experience does not matter. And it matters even less for the senior leadership team. This was actually a big surprise for me, but not entirely surprising, because actually more the experience as a leader than the industry experience that makes the difference. So last questions for this first round, and we're going to get to work and look at some slides. Question 4. So now slightly different framing. How many unicorn founders are repeat entrepreneurs? How many are repeat entrepreneurs? And I'm not saying successful repeat entrepreneurs, maybe a failure. Is it 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%? How many are repeat entrepreneurs? Oh, I see. Some say 20%, right? It's actually 60%. And this includes, also failures, because guess what? You learn as a leader from failure and success, and it makes a real difference. So the data set here is very clear. Almost 60% are repeat entrepreneurs, of those who go on to become what Ali calls super founders, who have success at a very large scale. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that's our target necessarily. It's absolutely fine to build a company that's not a unicorn, but the data will still apply, right? It's all about the experience. Now, the other data set here is like, how many years have they spent as founders or CEOs before? So it's generally 2 to 3 years. So it's not a crazy amount of time, but some of them, were entrepreneurs for 20 plus years in, 2 or several companies. So experience does matter, and learning and improving matters. So if you're getting things wrong, well, guess what? Most actually do, because they have no clue what they're doing. And Mark, right? That's one of the founding drivers of Business of Software, is to help software entrepreneurs, right? Become better leaders. And I think we just need to remind ourselves of that all the time. Now, how many of the repeat founders had at least one successful founding experience? It definitely, here I'm in the way, is actually 70%. So success does matter. So it's not just about learning about failures. Success does matter. That repeat, success doesn't mean necessarily unicorn before, but smaller success and exit maybe at 10 million or 50 million or something that really created real value and real revenues. Okay, so I wanted to go into this because I want to kill this pop culture image of, you're made a winning entrepreneur and CEO, and you get to do that at a young age. So we have Venture, who is leading at the moment. Whoever Venture is, it's not done yet. You're not the winner. You're the leader, because we're going to have 4 more questions a bit later on. Okay, so good start, right? And Mark, you said I'm going to make it interactive, so I felt a little bit pressure there to actually make it interactive. So we are going to continue with our little game a bit later on. So first thing here, you actually get better over time. That's really important. You actually get 1.8 times better. You're 1.8 times more likely to achieve, growth than a 30-something founder. So I'm going to send you the slides with the work here from, this was one article published in Knowledge at Wharton. So really interesting. And I do recommend having a look at the book, Super Founders, because he looked at a large data set and gives us some hints. Because for me personally, now I'm going to get into my journey. I learned a ton, by reading some of this, and of course, by doing things. And I'm going to go into 3 main things that I want to give you from my learning journey that made a huge difference. And I'm slow, I'm Swiss, it took me a lot of time. It took me a decade. And I learned on my own dime. So it's not that I created 3 kind of more scalable startups. I did it on my own dime. But I'm super proud of that also because we survived, right? And we're a slow scaling company. So coaching is the first one. It was essential in my journey to become the person and leader I am. The second one is company culture. I'm going to show you how that is essential. And I did give it a talk on culture a while ago, but not from the leader perspective and leader-doer perspective. And at the end, I'm also going to talk about this journey of running a business and exploring the future, because we always had a bit of software, but because we didn't distinguish clearly between we are a scalable consultancy with productized services that run on technology, and we're shifting towards a pure platform technology company, because we didn't make that explicit in our culture and in our corporate structure and in our actions, we didn't actually do as well as we could have, and we could have done it faster. So now we're here, good, time doesn't matter. Ultimately, as long as you get there. First one, coaching. This for me is the number one thing that I see too few leaders do. So my two best hires in my entire career was, number one, a personal assistant. So if you're a leader, a founder, as fast as possible, there's certain tasks you should not do. It's not about not being humble, but you booking your trips and you're managing your calendar is probably not where you're going to create most value. So personal assistant, number one, and number two, a coach, a leadership and breakthrough coach who kicks your ass 24/7 is super important. And when I'm saying coaching, I'm not talking about more technical mentoring. So I was extremely fortunate to have two brilliant mentors. This is where I'm going to draw a bit the line, which is a more technical. So with Eve, we created content around books. I really learned about making things simple and clear and training people in a very, interesting way. And with Steve Blank, I had a mentor around the technical aspects of entrepreneurship. So Steve is obviously known for, having started this whole lean startup movement, but he's an experienced entrepreneur who's done it several times. And I was extremely fortunate to hear from him some of the technical aspects around, percentages of ownership, founding team. And so I'm not talking about that when I'm talking about coaching. I'm talking about something else, which is leadership and breakthrough coaching, helping you become a better leader and breaking through your own barriers. And I kind of stumbled upon this when I was a long time, it was almost 2 decades ago, in Chiang Mai, in Thailand, northern Thailand, and I was the number 2 in a scalable not-for-profit organization called the Constellation, and we were bringing knowledge management from the corporate world to the health sector, mainly in HIV, AIDS, and malaria, and then way beyond. And Carl Samuels, who retired in Chiang Mai, he's a Californian who built the coaching organization, scaled it, sold it, and then retired in Chiang Mai. I had the opportunity to be coached by him, and that's where I tasted. It's like an hors d'oeuvre. I tasted what coaching is. I was number 2 then, and it's really hard to be a number 2 when you're working under a visionary founder. And I learned a ton. Then when I left and went into the corporate world, I didn't think about coaching for a while, but then I said, well, if I really want to grow, and I want to, what Mark said, right? I want to build a company, a software company, whatever company, I need a coach. I need what I had back then in Chiang Mai. So, silly as I am, I said, I want the best on the planet, right? I'm always inspired by the Steve Jobs video where he says, life is too short, only work with the best. So I researched who's the best, and I figured out the number 1 leadership coach on the planet is Marshall Goldsmith. So arrogant, as I am, or naive, probably not arrogant, I thought, how can I work with Marshall? And, Business of Software has another friend with Rita McGrath, right, who's been talking quite a few times. She knows Marshall really well. So I asked Rita, who's a good friend, hey, can you introduce me to Marshall? I want to be coached, right? I want to just see. And you know what? Funny enough, he picked up the phone, right? He picked up the call and we talked and he said, well, Alex, this Marshall coaches the world's biggest leaders, right? The head of the World Bank, Alan Mulally turned around Ford. And he said, yeah, I can't coach you, but I'm doing this thing. I'm doing the Marshall Goldsmith 100. Actually, back then it was called Marshall Goldsmith 15, where I'm going to give all my knowledge away. 15 people can join me and be coached as a group. So I said, and I was the first. He said, are you in? I said, of course I'm in. All I needed to do is fly to Arizona, and we had a workshop with Marshall and Alan Mulally, who turned around Ford from a $17 billion loss-making company without government funding, to become a profitable company. So, wow, I got extremely lucky. So you got to be lucky, but at the end of the day, it wasn't that was, gonna work for me as personal coaching. So I went back to somebody I've known for a while, but haven't been in touch with, Shani Ospina, who became my breakthrough coach, who I would work with on an either monthly or bi-weekly basis, sometimes quarterly basis, depending on the needs over the last 5 years. So I believe coaching is essential for anybody to become a great leader. And what I mean is, again, not just the traditional leadership coaching, oops, sorry for the typo, but that also, but then really the breakthrough aspect. So first I'm going to show you the more traditional stuff, and I'm going to show you a video with Marshall, which is one of the lessons that I also had to learn really hard. And I'm sure many of you do exactly this with great intentions, but you shouldn't if you're trying to build a company that is well managed. So let's listen to a 1 minute, I think, to Marshall talking about this topic of adding too much value. So thumbs up if you can hear the sound.
One of my good coaching clients retired several years ago. His name JP Garnier. JP was the CEO of a very large drug company, GlaxoSmithKline. I asked JP, what did you learn about leadership as the CEO of this huge company? He said, I learned a very hard lesson. He said, my suggestions become orders. He said, if they're smart, they're orders. If they're stupid, they're orders. If I want them to be orders, they are orders. And if I don't want them to be orders, they're orders anyway.
So this really small, silly thing is something you'll get coached, to become a better leader, is if you suggest what teams should do, product teams, marketing teams, sales teams, you're playing a dangerous game because you might take away their ownership. They're going to listen to what you suggested without having context, without understanding all the details, and they become orders. With all the good intention, that happens really fast. So becoming more of a coach to your own team, orchestrating the things, is essential. Those are things. And this is one example of what coaches will push you to do to become a better leader. So for some of you, this is obvious, but for most of us, it's not that obvious. In particular, if we look at when we're doing it, right? So Marshall likes to say this is common sense, but not common practice. And I can guarantee you a good coach will hammer common practice into you so that you become a better leader. But what I'm talking about is really more the breakthrough coaching. So we're there with what I just showed you. We're a bit more on the technical side. So becoming a better leader from a person perspective. And then we think, well, isn't coaching, don't I just need coaching if I'm broken? And, generally we say, okay, I have a leader here, in sales and marketing, not performing really well, needs coaching. I think that is a silly perspective. That's actually wrong. So you need that, but guess what? The best people should get most of the attention. That means yourself as a CEO and founder and your leadership team that performs really well. Because it doesn't mean because they're good that they don't need the coaching to become even better. And sometimes it's becoming better, actually just being also more relaxed and creating a better, work-life balance the right way. So I love quoting Alain de Botton here, a philosopher who tries to make concepts simple. And I took something here, quote that he takes from relationships. So he says, we're not pure, kind, loving beings in relationships, but actually, it goes into generally teams, et cetera, and institutions. We're deeply dangerous. And most of us are on the edge of insanity. This is not an exception. It's just what it means to be human. All of us are just holding it together, in particular CEOs. I can guarantee you, and in particular first-time CEOs, We're dangerous to be around. We have all sorts of impulses, feelings, desires, which make us great trouble to be around. And he says this in the context of relationships. The only people we can think of as normal are people we've just met. Once we've met them a little bit more, we all of a sudden realize that they're not normal. Now, this is very extreme, right? And he likes to put it that extreme way. But if we're honest, in particular, first-time CEOs or people who haven't been doing this for 2-3 decades, are we all a little broken when it comes to these topics? You know, we're not good listeners. We get anxious too quickly. We want to add too much value. We neglect certain things, or we have challenges in our personal relationships that kind of swap over to work, or work swaps over to personal relationships. Like, there is no sane human being who doesn't have some challenges. And I'll push that a little bit and say we all have ample room to grow as people and ultimately as leaders. So the question is not, oh, we've been good, we've made it so far, because that's, you know, Marshall talks about, you know, what got me here won't get, what got us here won't get you there. What could we be is the question. So it's not because you were successful as a very aggressive leader that was, you know, punching performance into your team, that you couldn't be a better leader that creates a better culture. Because I can guarantee you there's certain types of cultures that are just very toxic. They might have led you to success for a while, but that won't last. So everybody has something to improve to create better organizations by becoming a better leader. So the other thing I really want to emphasize is this very artificial boundary between work and home. We're one person, right? You can't compartmentalize. So if you're impatient at work, you're impatient at home, you're impatient with your partner, with your kids, if you have some, right? It's the same thing. So what you want to work on is that underlying, you know, fundamental human being. So that sounds very fluffy, but I'll show you. It's actually very concrete with a couple of examples. So at Strategizer, we made this choice because I benefited so much, not just as a professional, but as a person in my relationship with my children and my partner. At Strategizer, everybody, not just the CEO, not just the leadership team, gets a $2,500 budget for coaching, and we do extend and call it growth budget. So they can apply, you know, spend it on other stuff, but our desire is mostly coaching to work on professional, personal challenges. Because for us, it's okay. If somebody has relationship problems, guess what? It's going to have an impact on their performance. If they solve that, they're going to be better performance. So I don't care what people work on when they get coaching. It's going to make a fundamental difference in terms of performance. This is a budget we protect even in the most dire moments. We had moments where we had to cut budget. This budget was always severely protected as much as we could. So now, that's kind of context. Let me give you a very concrete example from myself. It's going to be a little bit conceptual in the sense of how we frame it, but it's basically just one challenge I had. And by what I started to learn is by working on one issue, I become emotionally much more literate. I call this emotional literacy. Actually, my coach, Shani, calls this emotional literacy, which turned me into a much better leader. So I'm going to go through this scale that she created. And I actually forced it upon her. Since I love concepts, I kind of took her ideas, turned it into a concept, and then put it out there so she would be forced to actually improve it. So with her permission, we're going to call this a beta version, but then actually, you know, is really working well for myself and those people who apply it. So we're going to look at the emotional literacy scale, because I think quite a few CEOs and leaders I meet, they think their terrible behavior is actually good. And because that terrible behavior got them to a certain point, it will get them to the next point. It's not because you've been really aggressive in the way you created a performance with 10 people, that same system is going to work with 50 people or 100 people or 500 people. So the first level 0 on the emotional literacy scale is you don't acknowledge your emotions, right? No. Or you say emotions don't have anything to do in the workplace. That is the craziest thing on earth, because we're human beings, right? So how can you show up without being a human being? Everybody has emotions, and emotions will impact our performance. collaboration performance, the culture, etc. So that's 0, right? Now, first level, level 1 and 2, is I observe my emotions and I recognize when I'm in their grip. And I label it, I'm in their grip. I know emotions are driving me, not my cool and my thinking, etc. So I'll give you now a very concrete example. So in the relationship with my former co-founder, I bought him out this year and I'm 100% owner of Strategizer. I start to get tense sometimes because he asked certain questions about the strategic direction that I thought we aligned on. Like we had, alignment meeting and he could come back and ask these questions. So I got tense and I wasn't quite sure why, but I started to realize, damn, I'm getting tense. It wasn't just, why the heck are you asking? But I realized I was getting tense. So, but that's not very good yet because it still provokes, I'm in their grip and then I might react, angrily or just not patiently. Not good, right? So the next level is you accept that that emotion, you label it. Okay, and you start to kind of get a little bit of grip on the emotion. It's not the emotion that has a grip on you. So question is then, do I feel like he still doesn't trust the strategy, my co-founder, or does he mistrust my judgment and my insights? So I'm starting to label the feeling. Okay, is it trust? Am I feeling mistrust? Am I feeling something's wrong there, right? In my, not just, what's happening, but in my emotional state. So then the next level, level 6, so we're doing jumps of 2. I'm now going to explore which beliefs underlie my emotional reaction. And is it the beliefs I need to look at? Because you can't just change your emotions like this, but generally it's your beliefs that drive emotions. So what is it actually here? It's the belief that could be, right? He's not aligned and he's trying to find arguments against our strategy. So all of a sudden I start to understand, I have a belief there, or at least a doubt. So it's not the emotion that's the challenge, it's my underlying belief. And all of this kind of comes out of a coaching session, not on, I'm going to make you better on emotions. No, when you get coached, you're working on very specific issues like the tension with your co-founder or with your management team. So you work on that and you go up in the scale. You don't work on the scale, you work on the challenge, but ultimately you'll get better at the scale. So then the next one is, okay, do I have to shift my beliefs so that I can really start to choose my emotions? Because it's the beliefs that were wrong. The emotions are just an outcome of that belief. So you know what? I need to challenge myself. And I think, his intent is truly to understand what each piece of the evidence and insights actually means. He's trying to align, but he's not fully there. So the belief, my belief or my doubt was wrong. So the tension comes from the fact that I don't know either. I'm not sure. So anything that, it reinforces the me not being sure contributes to this tension. So you work on these kind of challenges and you mature in your emotional literacy. And then you get to this next scale. Okay, wow. Now I actually need to listen to my co-founder carefully and try to help him follow. This is from the past, couple of years ago, since we're now not working together anymore. Help him follow my reasoning. We will grow stronger. So do you see how at the 0 level or at the 2 level, you're in the grip of your emotions. You're going to get tense. You're going to get maybe angry. You're going to react the wrong way. You've solved nothing. But if you start to understand your emotion and you start to understand the belief that's driving your emotion, you can work on that belief. And all of a sudden, you start to become emotionally more literate. So what happened to me specifically is dozens of situations like this that I worked on with my coach, but not to analyze, psychotherapy, no, to get towards solutions. The coach would ask, are you sure it's not your underlying belief? Or what is that belief that's driving you to react like that? And ultimately, over time, you change completely how you emotionally react to these kind of things. So today, and I'm kind of happy, right? Because I can say, I think I became, a different person, but that's my opinion. At the end of the day, it's when The people I work with say that. And, we just had an offsite last year together. We always bring everybody from the entire world into one place. We were in Portugal, in Faro. And, people who were with the team for a long time, they said, Alex, you're not the same person. I said, oh, I'm happy to hear that because I did work like a crazy person on myself. So the coach can help you point these things out. And then as a leader, you need to work on that change. So for me, this has been huge in terms of becoming a completely different leader. So again, you're not going to work on where are you at the emotional literacy scale, but you're going to work on the challenges you have with the way you react emotionally. It could also be something else than anger. It could be, apathy. Oh, this is not working. It's okay. That's a challenge as well, because as a leader, you're supposed to act. So I'm giving you my example. I'm pretty sure all of us here have our own challenges to deal with when it comes to emotion. And, I have a peer group of founders, very successful, some of them, working with 3,000 people. One of them likes to say, oh, no, emotions, I have no problem with. I recognize my emotions. And then I hear him say emotions have nothing to do in the workplace, right? So it's these things where there's a contradiction between what we believe and what actually is the reality in the workspace. Okay, so I get excited about this as you want. I hope it was not too theoretical, because as a leader, it's your responsibility to work on yourself to become better. And it's not what got you here that will get you there. It's the next phase that matters, right? Okay, so let's make it a little bit interactive after all my blah, blah. I want to go into coaching, hot or not. What do we think when it comes to coaching? So again, I'm going to switch quickly, intermezzo, to my mountain retreat, as Mark always likes to point out. Then go here and get us all to participate. Do you believe in personal growth, breakthrough coaching for the CEO? Absolutely not. Indispensable on the right-hand side. For the leadership team, for coaching everybody, right? And that means putting the money, where your mouth is. There is a budget that you would need to put in place to have that for everybody. So we can see CEO coaching, we see good buy-in there. Okay, for the more leadership, the entire team, and then coaching everybody, we have some more doubts, right? And I challenge that. I would challenge that because the more people you get to work on themselves, the better the culture ultimately as an organization is going to make a fundamental difference. And not just in conflict situations, that of course we do that, we coach conflicts. It's a budget that everybody has access to. And for me personally, I think seeing that happen, seeing team members using it was phenomenal. I will also tell you that you got to push people to take and use that budget. Many people won't, not because they don't want it or need it, but they'll say, no, this is not urgent. But the point is that if you don't put this into your agenda, you're not going to use it. And, we just had this conversation with Tendai Vicky, one of my colleagues and also a great thinker. We just had this conversation. He said, I really, should invest my time into this. I need to use the coaching budget, right? Because last year he did not, right? And he kind of, realized at the beginning of this year, this is the moment to do it. Okay, cool. Now, number 2, culture. So coaching for me as an individual was essential. For the team, leadership team, and then the entire team made a difference. And that already influences culture, right? So the coaching part will change the culture. But I'm going to go very specifically into 3 books. And I read a couple of books. I mean, there's the No Rules Rule, from the Netflix CEO and an academic. But I'm going to look at 3 books that represent 3 themes. The number 1 book for me is still Bob Sutton's The No Asshole Rule. And we're going to listen to Bob for a second, right? Because we have at Strategizer a strict no asshole policy. And for a while, we actually had it in our job postings. We said no asshole rule. So we didn't say if you're an asshole, don't apply, but we had no asshole rule. And I'll get into what I mean with that. The second one, and then we're still working on this to a certain extent, is radical candor. So Radical Candor from Kim Scott actually shows you that you might end up in the wrong place if you don't actively work on getting people to be, transparent and open in the right way. So again, that comes back to emotional state, in a positive way. And the third one is a couple of ideas from principles from Ray Dalio. Ray Dalio built the biggest hedge fund in the world. I'm not sure I would want to replicate the culture of Bridgewater, but there are a couple of ideas there. The first one is idea meritocracy, that the best ideas can come from anywhere, and anybody in the company needs to be able to challenge everything. So it's the right to be heard, not the right to decide. So you need to make a clear difference between the right to be heard and the right to decide, but leaders need to listen to every single argument and work. It's not because you have leadership in your job, in your business card that you're a leader. The leaders are leaders because they have followers, right? And you have followers when you actually listen to every single argument. Again, sounds like common sense, but it's not common practice. Okay, now let's talk about culture. And I did talk about culture in a past talk, Business of Software. Dave Gray, entrepreneur and author, he likes to say, if you want to understand culture, you need to map it. And you look at three things. And in that past talk, I talked about the culture map that Dave, Eve, and I, worked on together. It came from Dave Gray. We made it simple. The outcome of culture is, the behaviors that you have. So, for example, if you want people to behave collaboratively, to have a collaboration culture, which is the outcome, there's actually only one way you can work on that, which is working on the enablers and blockers. And you, as a CEO and leader, are part of creating that. So there's kind of, I'd say, three levers. The first one is you as a CEO, role model. What you do is actually going to shape culture. That's an informal one. The people you hire is also kind of an informal one, but your hiring processes will shape the culture. And the third one is the structures you put in place. So depending on the structures you put in place, you will create or inhibit a culture. So that's the theory. And Dave likes to call it, you design and manage culture more like a garden, not like a car. So when you want to harvest a certain culture, you need to make sure people behave that way. And you need to look at your enablers and blockers. And that's what I'm going to get into. That's the only level you can work on. And that can be you and your behavior. That's why I put coaching as number one. And I'll show you some of the stuff that my co-founder and I completely messed up in our behavior and led the entire company to become that kind of culture. And the second one is the people you hire. And I'm going to go into that one first. So what I had to learn is how to implement this zero tolerance for toxic people culture. And toxic sounds very extreme, like it's a scale. There's from very explicit bad asshole to asshole behaviors that you might tolerate because the person performs well, in sales or in product. You can't tolerate. It needs to be zero, because if you have tolerance, you're immediately undermining your culture. So who you hire will make a difference. So I'm going to zoom into Bob Sutton. Let's listen to Bob quickly talk about, he won't say asshole, he will call it jerks, but you can't tolerate these behaviors. So as soon as you do, and that can be even the feedback culture, people who take feedback personally. Guess what? If you have one person who takes feedback personally and you can't criticize their work, what's going to happen is it's going to undermine your entire feedback culture. You cannot have exceptions for the most important themes. Some themes you can accept, many themes you can't. So let's listen to Bob quickly, Stanford professor. I love Bob. He's phenomenal. And of course, he's known a lot for the no asshole rule. He's done a lot of work on scaling. Let's listen very briefly to Bob.
Any or all of us under the wrong conditions can turn into temporary assholes. You look at the evidence, crowding works pretty good, being tired, as already said, being around other assholes, being in a hurry is a really reliable way to do it. Getting power, that's a really good way to turn people into selfish jerks. So there's lots of things that could turn us into jerks, but the people that I'm more interested in sometimes, although the temporary part's interesting as well, is people who are certified assholes. Those are people who are consistently jerks across times and places. They're probably more difficult to deal with. So if you've got a friend who's just sort of going off and having a bad day, it's not the same thing as having the same abusive coworker or customer boss day after day.
Okay, so super important, of course, you have the spectrum. We all have days where we behave like jerks, and sometimes we have more than others, right? And there's a spectrum where, for a long time I was impatient because I wanted to get things right. And so I would push people a little bit too hard into what I wanted. That's, starting to be jerky behavior. And I'm a nice human being, I hope to think, but still that goes towards, asshole territory on the very light scale. It's a spectrum, but you need to draw that line of what's acceptable and what is not in your hiring processes, because it's practically impossible for these kind of things to change people. So if you let them in, and this is so easy to do because it's much easier to look at technical performance. So you will tolerate people who have strong technical performance at the expense of other aspects like the culture and the team coherence, feedback culture, and that ultimately is going to have a much higher cost, because in the worst cases, people will leave because of you tolerated one person. So you really need to look at hiring. And this, one of the things I'm proud of is in the hiring process, we spent a lot of time doing that. And the New York Times even put us into an article, thanks to Bob Sutton also, because we have this explicit no asshole rule in our hiring kind of process. We got the New York Times to write about this. This made a phenomenal difference. And here's the thing, it took me a decade to become, a no tolerance CEO. It took me way too long to, separate paths with people who might fit in a different culture, but not ours. And it wasn't because I didn't know, it was inaction. So this common sense, you need to separate paths, but yeah, they're still pretty essential to the company. So we're going to take more time for the transition. No. And we all know, who are leaders and who have to hire people and separate paths with people, commonly known as firing. I don't like that term because just when there's no fit, there's no fit. And when there's doubt, there's no doubt. So go fast on separating paths with people who don't fit your culture. And there are cultures where they may fit. This is not a value judgment. Just make sure that the rules of your game are clear and you don't compromise them. So what we do very explicitly in our hiring process is we talk to the candidates internally whenever we feel like certain things, red flags pop up or we have doubts. We send a message, or we collect these actually in a Google sheet, and then we send that to Shani, who's going to do the second last screening, because it's her job to understand people. So guess what? She's just way better in, understanding if they are on the asshole scale, they are potentially undermining our culture. And that goes to, very light things, which again, as I said, people who can't accept feedback and take it personally, or will blame others in a light scale. But for us, that's no-go. That's no-go 100%. We can't afford that because we know from experience that's going to kill the kind of culture we want. So she screens those candidates, talks to them, and then we make a hiring decision together. If they pass this last barrier, we do a hiring challenge where we actually work together. Because at the end of the day, the best way, to know if you want to hire somebody is when you work together with them. So we do a half-day workshop. Ideally, it will be a week project or a month project, but when you're, taking somebody out of an existing job, that's not so easy. So you need to work with people to understand how they are, and you need to bring professionals in who can screen. So this is a big one for us. Now, building a true feedback culture starts with hiring, but it actually goes on. And here's where I'm going to show the radical candor stuff. And we worked with the team actively on this. So what is the Radical Candor book about? It's this whole idea that you're going to look at people who care personally, or they're completely, rage, they're in rage, they say nothing, or they actually challenge directly. So on this, you have, in this quadrant, you have the manipulative insincerity, not very good, people who are full of rage and they're silent. you need to make sure you don't hire those kind of people, or you help them, move into a different quadrant. Then, of course, you have, and some companies love this culture. I don't think it's a long-term sustainable culture, is challenging directly with rage, obnoxious aggression. And, Marshall Goldsmith talks about CEOs who say, but this is what got me here. It's because I'm so aggressive, because I scream at people in meetings, that they're performing. Well, that doesn't mean that you should do that. You actually got so far despite your shortcomings, right? So that's the way you need to look at it. That's why you need coaching. It's because you have potential. You got so far with your shortcomings. If you'd stopped screaming and create a collaborative culture, probably you'd go even further, right? And then you have this one, and this one I'm pointing out because this was big at Strategizer, ruinous empathy. So you really care about your team members, but you're silent on things they need to hear, things that might hurt them, but they need to hear, right? And then you have radical candor, where because you care, you challenge people directly in a respectful way, right? And there's this saying, brutal honesty, kindly delivered. I think it was Brad Feld. I don't know who coined this, right? But brutal honesty, kindly delivered. So we worked on this as a team with very specific training sessions, team sessions, all hands on deck. But the problem is the fish rots from the head, right? So guess what? Because my co-founder and myself, we were practicing ruinous empathy. We really, like each other. And we thought, we held back. We didn't want to hurt the other person's feeling. But it's actually when you care, you tell the other person or the team members the hard truth. It's when you care. So stop framing it as when you have a great culture where everybody loves each other. Well, the more you love each other, the more you're going to say the hard truths. Alex, this was really bad. Your leadership session was a disaster. Like, why did you lose your patience in that? And if people can't say that, it's because either they fear you or they really don't care. So care means they're going to give you that feedback, right? So if we look at what happened to 2021, we still had, most team members that were in this ruinous empathy. Guess why? Because the fish rots from the head. If your leadership team, if you as a CEO behave that way, well, your environment is very likely to look similar. And here's the crazy one. We asked team members calling out, out each other's unproductive behaviors. Rarely. So we had 68 people, 68%. But here's the thing. Everybody says in our team, like 90% say they want feedback, but 68% will not give that hard feedback. So it's not because people want feedback that they're going to give it. So all of these sessions we did, right? We did workshops and so are not enough. And what was the big breakthrough for me is when I completely changed my behavior and I constantly started asking people, give me feedback, right? Give me feedback, ask for it. And then others will ask for it. And then all of a sudden, when the right people challenge you in a meeting, that's when magic happens. So the technical aspects won't work if you haven't worked on hiring and you haven't worked on your coaching as a CEO. So big takeaway for me. And then the last one really around the governance and the transparency to create this kind of idea meritocracy. So here, I want to go a little bit just briefly into the system. I might confuse the hell out of you, just showing you how we are organized because I don't believe in the traditional hierarchy. So I'm going to give you a little bit of an insight how something else could work to create a more kind of participatory structure. But the person I want to tell us about how this common sense but not common practice can go to the extreme is Alan Mulally. So I had the extreme, like it's unbelievable in life. Sometimes you have these beautiful opportunities to be part of a workshop, learning from Alan Mulally directly because he was coached by Marshall Goldsmith. Alan Mulally turned around Ford when they were losing $17 billion. And he turned around Ford not by firing people. This is the key thing, by creating a different culture. And let me show you a video. It's unbelievable of what he discovered when he arrived, It's unbelievable.
Now, when we first started this, remember I told you that within a couple of days, the forecast was we were going to lose $17 billion. So I started the business plan review. The charts are flowing, 320 charts. We even have them color coded, red, yellow, green. Any change on the chart is in blue. So there's lots that doesn't change. All you're looking for is what has changed. You don't want to hear a long explanation about what's going on. What you want is that everybody knows the plan. Everybody knows the areas need special attention. So the color, you got the charts going, and it was about 3 or 4 weeks. The data's flowing, and all the charts are green. And I stopped them and I said, you guys, we're going to lose $17 billion. Is there anything that's not going well here? Eye contact goes to the floor. Nobody says anything. Now, remember that culture you asked about. It wasn't okay to bring things up. I mean, it was command and control. People disappeared.
Okay, when he's saying people disappeared, he's making a joke, but actually people got fired. They would speak up, they got fired, right? So again, I mean, think of it. Think of this very extreme situation, a company losing $17 billion, but the culture gets the leadership team to say everything's okay, right? Unbelievable. And then, Alan turned this around by working on the culture. He didn't fire the leadership team. He actually worked with the exact same people and started to put things in place. So the first two I mentioned lead to this. You're coaching as a CEO. So Alan Mulally, right? He admitted he needed a coach getting into this role. So he hired Marshall Goldsmith, nobody else, right? So one of the world's best leaders hires a leadership coach. And then, of course, the kind of people you bring in this case, which I find mind-boggling, he's working with the people he had there. So they did have a kind of good team in place, right? But now the system that you put in place will help with that idea meritocracy, where people will speak up, right? So culture is, yes, your behavior, yes, the people you hire, but also the system you put in place. And I just want to go into this little system that we built. It's going to be a little bit maybe theoretical. We could do a whole session on this, but I want to show you that working on your organizational structure can make a difference. I just never believed in the traditional hierarchy. I'm not against hierarchies at all. And I also don't believe in holacracy. That thing doesn't work, right? You won't find anybody who makes holacracy works, right? So we said, well, what if we took this idea of cells, cell structures, structured around value propositions, the products and service bundles that create value for customers, like our platform, like the growth solution consulting, right? So value happens in cells, and you won't have functions like development and design. You will have a cell platform in which you have developers and designers who create value for the customer. But that's not enough, because there are decisions that don't happen at the cell level. They happen between different cells. So we do have some support functions that are cells, like sales and marketing. But so we created decision forums, because traditionally we say decisions happen in the hierarchy, but I wasn't convinced. I think the right people need to participate for specific decisions. And they might not be at the top of the hierarchy. They might be somewhere else. So they need to be part of these decision forums for anything that is outside of a cell. We do have cell drivers, who is our leadership team. And then you have alignment huddles, which are just about information flow and orchestration. So everything, gets aligned. No decisions are made there. And all of these ultra transparent. So everything here needs to be visible to everybody. Now, we're not at the level, there's some, ultra transparent companies, even in salaries. And so I don't believe in that. And sometimes in people decisions, you just can't make things transparent, but as transparent as humanly possible. So all the things are visible. I'll show you how we do some of that. So let's take this quickly. So we have cells. So every week there's a weekly huddle between the different cells, again, the value propositions like platform, growth solutions, more functional ones like finance, sales, marketing, weekly huddle. That's the leadership team. But ultimately, the decisions are not made in some kind of hierarchy. They're made in the investment forum. So we have a forum where a couple of people come together to decide where the resources go. Like we are a company that, delivers technology-enabled services and platform. So people are our most important asset, our biggest investment. So we have a hiring forum where we ask which people, based on the strategy, do we need to hire? And the investment forum says, we have this budget, so you can hire 5 people. And then the hiring forum prioritizes who are those 5 people. And we track that So that is tracked on the Strategizer platform and visible to everybody. So these meetings are recorded and visible if somebody wants to watch them afterwards. And we use visual tools to make the tracking visual. And if people can't look at these visual tools and automatically understand, they're not good enough, right? So here we have a backlog of the positions we need to hire. Everybody can see that. We have in budget, those that we decided, and then the entire funnel, all the way to we sent out offers. Everybody in the company can see how we're performing in hiring strategy and implementation. So whatever we do in those forums is visible. So the investment forum and the hiring forum have visual tools that are accessible to everybody. The meetings are recorded. Obviously, there's informed, needs from the cells for new people. And then the other big, investment besides people is projects. And the investment forum invests in certain projects, and the projects are decided with that forum, but coming from the needs from the cell. So you might say, well, this sounds pretty complicated. The traditional hierarchy is better. Well, it's not actually complicated, but it's different, right? And the difference is the people make decisions not based on where they are in the hierarchy, but we look at the decisions and then ask which people need to be part of that decision. So we turn it around and not put the hierarchy at the center, we put the decisions at the center and then ask who needs to be part of that, right? So we have hierarchies. Some people decide on where we invest, and in other cases, they're not leaders or decision makers, they're just doers, right? Just in quotes, right? Then we have the growth huddle where, a couple of people come together so we can see how much money we're actually earning and projecting to earn, because there's new stuff that we're doing. And then, that is informed by sales and customer success and marketing. In that growth huddle, everybody comes together. We say, these are our projections. This is realistic. This is not realistic. And that flows into the investment forum. All of that ultra visible. All of that also then informed by, experiments we do. Like we teach people to do experiments and tests. Well, guess what? We need to do that as well. And we're only getting kind of our act together to do that extremely well inside of our own organization. That gives them data for potential future sales. So on the other hand, okay, what's missing here, of course, not just the bigger picture kind of, management of resource allocation, there's the choice of the products you're going to invest in. What's your product portfolio? So we have, again, a forum where people come together from customer success, from indeed the different value propositions, from, product management. But we come together as a forum with the right people who can decide. Same for pricing. The right people who can decide is not something that happens in a finance function or in a marketing function. No, it's a forum with the right people. So all of this, again, transparently, all of this with information flows in huddles where sales and customer success can say what's working, what's not working. And, the product forum can talk about new products for sales and marketing and customer success. And there's constant guidance there. So we put this in place so we don't have one hierarchy, which I think is very artificial, but we have hierarchies where the decisions are made around forums where we ask, who needs to be part of allocating resources? Investment forum. Who needs to be part of the product portfolio mix? Product forum. And we're putting this in place with as much transparency as possible. The only place where sometimes we are not transparent is when it comes to people decisions. If you say, could we use that person for this role? If you do that transparently, it becomes, they're getting confused. Then do I need to do this or do I need to do that? So the transparency is not even because we don't want to tell them. It's just because we only want to tell them when people need to know. So this is really where we're going. And I'm already out of time. So for the last section, I'm going to keep it maybe ultra short and just talk about the principles of this, and then you can go watch a video maybe online so we can get to Q&A. And of course, to finishing our little competition. So I'm going to end with this and the competition. So what we realized is we're running a company and we constantly want to invent new things. But what we never really did well is scale what we had and invent new stuff. We were actually always in the invent new stuff. So we never scaled anything because we were always in the new stuff. So what we realize is we actually need to distinguish between this world here, new ideas that we're pretty good at starting new ideas, getting them to, a couple of million in revenue, but then we don't scale anything really well. So what we started to do is distinguish the scaling world of where we manage successful things, bring them to the next level, because that's pretty hard, without compromising the invention of the new stuff, because that's where we're going. So on the left-hand side, you have high uncertainty, you experiment. On the right-hand side, you manage. So these two worlds are completely different. Exploring new ideas and managing what you have. You can never explore at the expense of managing what you have. And you should never just manage what you have and forget exploration, because you might disappear as a company and you won't create as much customer value as you can. So I want to just do this last, finishing up with the questions to see how well you understand explore and exploit, these two worlds, managing the existing, inventing the future. And then I'll give you a hint of how we do that. Is that okay, Mark? Maybe 5 minutes more? Okay, so we do need a winner. So it was Venture, whoever that is, who was leading. So we do need a winner for our little contest here. So we go back to Menti. Here's the QR code. So get in. If you don't have the QR code, you can go to menti.com 4885-7645. Good. Okay, we got everybody here. 4 more questions, and then we'll see who the ultimate winner is. This is now towards exploit, explore. Planning, the topic of planning is essential to manage the existing, which is exploit, to explore the future, explore projects, new products, new value propositions, new sales channels, or both. Planning is essential for, so a lot of you will say both, but I'll push back, because if you plan exploration too much, you're going to say, oh, the next 3 months, we're going to, plan all these experiments. You're going to mobilize resources, where you might know after 2 weeks of testing, you need to kill this project. So you do need to plan experiments, but it's a completely different planning. So I'd almost say planning is the wrong word. And I'll show you how we manage that, because if you use the same word, you're going to get the same culture. And the culture is different for exploit and explore. That's why we even use different words. Definitely not planning and exploration. I'll get to that. Innovation is a topic found in explore, inventing the future, exploit, managing the present, or both. And of course, I like using trick questions, so the winner is not going to be that obvious. This one is, of course, both. So definitely an exploration, but you can have, because innovation is a spectrum, and innovation doesn't mean anything as a word. In exploitation, you might improve processes. You're improving the sales process. There's innovation there, right? You go outbound, you haven't ever done that. That's innovation for you, right? Finding new outbound channels. But that is a different kind of innovation, requires slightly different processes than exploring completely new products or business models. So they're both innovation, but we should have an adjective, like efficiency innovation or transformative innovation. So it's, in this case, it is actually both. Okay, now let's get a little bit technical and look at when you're really in explore, how do you behave? How do you behave? Which statement is wrong in the whole world of exploration? Wrong. Good and bad ideas are indistinguishable early on. Experiments mean less risk of building something irrelevant that nobody wants. Analysis increases success chances for new products, channels, etc. Which one is wrong? Okay, great. Okay, good behavior here. Analysis will not help you understand if this is something to invest in or not. It's only experimentation. So good and bad ideas, and Rita McGrath talks about this quite a lot, they're virtually indistinguishable. What looks great in a PowerPoint presentation, which we think this is obvious, customers will love it, or this channel is going to work, it's so obvious, it's so convenient. You never know. You really never know. So analysis is not going to change that. Okay, last one. Last question to become the winner. Which statement should entrepreneurs and founders and teams believe when exploring new ideas? You need to build something to start testing an idea. In innovation, it's not possible to pick winners. Large initial investments will increase your probability for high return. And for the last one, I'm only going to say, FTX, Better Place, or Quibi. And of course, it's not the last one, but it's the one in the middle. In innovation, it's not possible to pick the winners. And I kind of lifted you onto that because we just had it before, right? So you don't actually need to build something to start testing. You're better off learning what the customers care about. What are their jobs, pains, and gains? And for that, you don't need to build something. So that's the challenge of software entrepreneurs. They like building stuff. So they build something first when they don't yet fully understand the customer. Okay, let's see. The winner is, okay, Andrew, Elizabeth are competing here with all the points. Andrew is the winner. Okay, congratulations, Andrew. So either a couple of ebooks from Strategizer or 3 questions that I will take the time to answer personally. Whatever it's worth, maybe it's worth nothing, but you have the chance to ask those 3 questions and I will answer them. Now, I just want to show you how we manage these 2 domains. Is if we look at this explore exploit world and we look at all of our projects at Strategizer, they fall into 3 buckets. There's efficiency innovation, like, okay, we're going to do better inbound sales and marketing, sustaining innovation, new products, new channels, and there's more transformative, right? Us earning money more substantially from platform. We created 2 different metrics because these 2 worlds are different. On the right-hand side, we talk about OKRs, objectives and key results. There's a lot of research out there, right? You define the goal with objectives and you measure the key results. But the thing is, when you're exploring the future, this was my biggest insight because last year we explored more in the future, but we used, the common language of execution projects, and every exploration project started to turn into an execution project. So we now call it different. We call it aspirations and key insights. If we say we want to earn like $1 million or 5 million from a new product, that's an aspiration. We don't know yet. So you can't plan for execution. You plan for what do I need to learn to know if I can earn those 5 million or not. So we set goals in different ways in these 2 worlds. And we'll send you out a link of where I talked about this because rather than me going on babbling, I think a Q&A would be better time investment. OKRs for execution, stuff where uncertainty is relatively high, and AKIs, aspirations and key insights to learn what could work, right? So 2 different sets of metrics for 2 different worlds. Okay, so I'm completely over time, so that's why I'm going to stop here and see if you have any questions.
Yay, fabulous. Fabulous. Thank you, Alex. Do you have I think everybody knows where Strategizer is, but amazing. So if you have questions, you can put things into the chat, but you can also just speak. There's the joy of being in a room with people. So wow.
My mouse disappeared, so.
So Anna.
Hello.
Hello.
Just a thank you, really. No particular questions, but yeah, just what a great way to kick off the new year, and thinking that it's a journey. I think I entered the year beating myself up for not being all of these things and all the things you've not done. So actually really refreshing to just, that I've come back refreshed, of course, having had a break, but just that it's a journey and it's okay that it's a journey. So yeah, thanks for that reminder. I scored definitely worse than that last set of questions. So that's an area for development. I'm swallowing the coaching bit, but there's something to learn in my poor scores on that final bit. So I won't give myself a hard time about that either. So it looks like there's some questions coming through, so I'll butt out. But yeah, thanks.
No, that's great, and some really interesting people here today. We've got Canada and America and Senegal and all sorts of places. Martin, you're over in Toronto, I think. Had a great question.
Yeah, I was just, it's a little early here, so my video's off because I look like hell. But my question is about how you allocate, because we have this I've got an explore and exploit going on right now. And one of the challenges I have is figuring out how to allocate time and resources to exploit versus explore. And I wondered if you had any rules of thumb, if that's the right way to put it, about how you, excuse me, how you do that.
Yeah. So in our case, we first define the strategic guidance of where we want to go as a company, right? Like what are the number 1, 2, and 3 goals at the organization? And then based on that, everybody knows how to prioritize, right? So they know, okay, this is how I prioritize. And sometimes the explore actually comes out on top. So that's just giving guidance, giving kind of the frame. But then, you know, deliberately putting people onto exploration projects and making that explicit is super important. I think in particular last year, I personally confused people a little bit because I was talking about exploration, but not making ultra explicit which resources are dedicated to exploration. Because sometimes it's a bit of a, you know, we have customer success that is going to spend some of their time to help with the exploration. Typically, we had one project called the corporate incubator, and we were expecting customer success to reach out through their channels for existing customers, dormant accounts, etc., to see if that could work. But we did not make explicit, you know, that this is a real goal and how much time they should spend on helping exploration do that. So while you can have very clearly dedicated people to that, that's easy. I don't have a rule of thumb because it really depends on your strategic objectives. One year that might be 10% of the team. Another year might be 0 because you're just, you know, focusing in on scaling the company. That's why I'm not giving you a rule of thumb because it depends on your strategic direction. But making explicit, you know, here are our goals. This year, exploration is top of the mind. There are only these 2 other execution, you know, objectives that are more important. And then telling every team that's impacted, this is an approximate, you know, amount of time that you would need to spend is extremely important. Because in most companies, when you don't get to the 100-person or 1,000-person mark, you're not going to have people who are 100% dedicated that much, right? You might have, you know, 1 or 2 coordinators that are 100%. But making it explicit is most important. Is there a rule of thumb? I don't think so. I'd always have, and this goes back to our bigger picture thinking, as soon as you're 100 people, I think you need a chief entrepreneur, somebody whose task is 100% to focus on exploration. That's the resource commitment I'd make. And then the CEO needs to spend, if the CEO is not the chief entrepreneur, you know, 40 to 60% of their time on innovation. So as soon as you're 100 people, I like that setup. CEO 40 to 60%, and then 100% role. And then as soon as you get into more than 1,000 people, it's absolute 100 or 1,000 people, you need a dedicated team. And my minimum requirement is always, you know, 1 to 10% of the entire company needs to be focused on exploration. Unless you're saying execution is the only thing that matters. In a startup, you generally explore one thing. Everybody's exploration. In a scale up, you might make the decision, we can scale for another 2 years without having to explore. It's actually getting tighter and tighter. But so it's a bit tricky to give a very general rule of thumb. But for me, as soon as you start to have an established business, it's 1 to 10% of the staff is focused on exploration.
You know, I think making the allocation explicit is probably what I was looking for rather than a rule of thumb. So yeah, thanks very much for that.
It's the biggest, number 1. And the more you can have people who are dedicated to it, the less they need to be schizophrenic, because running something is completely different from inventing the future. So that's why this yin and yang and OKRs and AKIs. The other explicitness is the goals need to be explicit. Now I know I'm contributing to an aspirational thing. We're experimenting, we're going fast. That's what confused our teams most, is not being explicit around goals that are aspirational. So all of a sudden the team behaved like they're building something and it became bigger than it needed to be. Whereas people who are running the business need to participate in experiments. They need to be fast and small. So making those goals explicit by giving them a different terminology was as important as making the resources explicit. So I'm a huge believer in explicitness. That's why I love these visual tools, right?
Great. Daniela, I'm going to take your question. SD, I see you've got your hand up. So we'll come to you next. Daniela, you're on mute.
Yes. Hi, Alex.
Hey!
So, hello. My question, is related to how to find the right co-founder and the first 5 hiring in a new established startup. Yeah.
So I will.
That's really easy, right, Alex? It was so simple and successful for you.
I would refer actually to you, Mark, because you've had people talking about this topic. In our case, I think we were a great team with Alan, and we had a third co-founder that didn't really work out for me. I think you need to be compatible on the skills, kind of side and on the culture side. Right? Number one is culture, and we had that with Alan. On the skill side, we were actually both creators. And that was what was really missing in our company is, a real manager leader. So I'd always go and see, besides the kind of skills, fit, do you have that person who can, for the relevant phase, start helping drive, right? At the beginning, from 0 to maybe $1 million in revenue, it's a different kind of management than from 1 to 5 million. So the co-founding team, you needs to kind of fit the 0 to 1 million, 1 million to 10 million, 10 million beyond. But I'm the wrong person because I'm a data point of 1, right? In this particular case, I think Mark will have much better references to talks even, right? Because there's there's a huge body of work, and I'm the last person who's have a data point of 1.
Certainly something that we can pick up in the session later on. I think it's quite a common thing. I would say that going off and saying, oh, I need a co-founder is generally a really bad way of doing things, or bringing people in 2-3 years after their company has started and calling them co-founders, because they're not. So that's a board. But there's some pretty complicated things there. So Esther.
Mark, just
Sorry.
one thing before we go to Esther. Hi, Esther. One thing is the mistake I made, though Steve Blank kind of made me conscious about it, was more maybe related to the first of the 3 co-founders, is co-founders are people, whose skills and competencies you can't buy off the market, right? So they're not readily available. Co-founders are people who are extremely unique and they bring something in you can't buy, right? So I'd be very careful to say, oh, I'm going to make this person a co-founder because I can't pay them yet, because you're going to hire somebody as co-founder who you probably should have bought at a cheaper rate from the market, right? Because you're going to end up, and I'll tell you this, if you start to buy back shares, that can get pretty expensive really quickly. So, and this is something, you don't learn the first time. And if you're like me and you don't listen to you have one of the greatest mentors on the planet with Steve Blank, you don't listen carefully enough, don't implement it, you're going to end up paying an expensive price, right? And for some of these decisions, they cost me a lot. So co-founders are people you can't buy off the market. They're very unique and they need to be passionate about being part of this project. And there are very few of them who bring that mix of skills and competence and human being into the mix. So that's for me. That's if I started something else, that's how I would look for a co-founder.
And so I've shared a talk from a little while ago about someone that started off with a company that had 4 co-founders, and second time round he was 1 founder, and without I mean, there's some really interesting stuff there, but one thing that he said is if you are the founder, or if you've got 4 co-founders, you can own a maximum of 20% of the company if you're sharing equity across everything. So, you know, your personal outcomes may be very different if you're a single one. But I mean, always depends with these things.
Yeah. And the data from the Ali, from the Super Founder book is very clear. And again, we don't need to, data doesn't mean that the exceptions don't matter, right? But if you follow the data, it is true that the most common, you know, if you look at the billion-dollar kind of companies or valuations, is generally 2 co-founders. But then Alibaba was 10, right? So you have everything. I think really thinking hard about that right fit is crucial, because there's tons of stories, right? How co-founders don't work out. Like, Estee, right?
Estee.
Hi, thanks, Mark. Hi, Alex. I'm particularly curious, and you said you're going to share the link about the AKIs and the OKRs. So we need to give feedback next week, a strat session, one of our businesses. We did focus on their 4 explore areas, and we were going to track it on OKRs, and I have no clue what we're going to do next week. Can you give me maybe at the example of what you didn't strategize the last year, just maybe give me an example of a AKI.
Yes.
I'm just
I'll send you
wrap my head around this.
Since I have your email, I'll send you that. And we didn't actually have it last year. We introduced it this year to solve a problem we had last year, right? So generally, you know, we always make tools and concepts for things we see in the market that struggle. This is one we needed for ourselves, right? Because our team, with all the best intentions, like we know how to test, but guess what? Because we didn't make it explicit, all the explore kind of goals almost started to become exploit. And what happened even worse, we have a great CFO, but all of a sudden, you know, products like our corporate incubator, you know, on our platform, which was an exploration, showed up in the financial projections, and, you know, we would go on and start hiring people on. So what we're doing now is even down to the financial projections say, AKIs, aspirations, they're explicit, like we'll say it's 500,000, it's 5 million, whatever, but they're aspirational. And the more evidence we have for that aspiration to be likely to work, the more we start to take that number into our financial planning. Why? Because we want to grow as aggressively as possible, but without being, you know, incompetent or just kind of reckless. So the way you frame those things and you manage your cash are directly related. So I'll send you that stuff. Yeah.
Thanks.
That's amazing. Maybe one final question, if anyone has something to finish. Mike, is it Mike or Meg or something different?
Mike, yes.
Mike.
I think this is my question is related to what Alex just explained. So how is the relationship between explore and exploit goals, and how can we include this into planning? Because you said planning is not really the right word for explore projects or explore goals.
Yes.
And so what I understood from my past experience, that in ecosystems, it's going to be more and more explore goals, because you have very fluid boundaries of industries, etc. So the question is, how can you really kind of do a planning as a corporate in such an environment of increasing the exploration?
Yeah. So just, you know, I'll be very fast on this, right? Explore is a continuum, but what's important is to make them explicit, right? So typically at Strategizer, we had, you know, good success with marketing and a lot of inbound because of our books, right? So Google was our biggest friend. People come to us. Now we're really working on outbound sales. So, but for products we have that we know work. So it's right in between. It's not exploit, it's not explore, because we're actually exploring which channels will work, which customer segments, you know, can we address, which ICP. So in that case, we're right in between, but we're going to say, figuring out the right marketing channels And getting money from outbound is an exploration, even though the product is not an exploration. So it's right in between, but we need to label it an AKI because we don't know. Just because we decided we're going to do outbound, that outbound is going to work. Maybe, there are no other clients on the planet than those that are coming to us. I don't think so. But so you need to just make that explicit, because even in exploit, you have exploratory things. Right? So it's super important that everywhere you ask, are we in the certain world? Are we in the uncertain world? And when you're in the uncertain world, which could be a new channel, which could be an entire new business model, they're both uncertain. They're not as uncertain, so you will run less experiments, you'll go faster. But as long as you make those things explicit, you can manage them. And that is the key. And I don't think I answered your question, but I remember the range.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with expectation management in your company then.
Yes,
So,
and that's the last thing I'll say is when you make when you make it explicit, this is an aspirational goal, not as a stretch goal, but aspirational, because we have zero clue if it's going to work. It could be between 0 and 10 times what we estimated. When that's explicit, everybody knows planning is not the challenge. That's what I'm saying. Planning is not the challenge when it's aspirational. Experimentation and insights and extreme speed to either iterate or kill, because you want to allocate the resources well. So it is very possible that you need to kill the project. That's why planning doesn't matter when it's AKIs, right? Because you might learn after a month that you need to kill this and allocate the resources to something completely different. So the explicitness of that, and not planning, but experimentation, is going to make it work. That's why we have experimentation for AKIs, and we have planning and execution and resource allocation for OKRs.
yeah, thank you. Great.
Amazing. Alex, thanks so much. What a great way to kick off. What's your biggest challenge for the next 5 years as a leader?
So continuously grow as a leader. I think I'm only at the beginning of the journey, and as a Swiss, also extremely slow in getting there. But for us, it's this full transition to continue exploring while executing. So creating that perfect system is super important for us. So what I'm excited about, and that's my journey as a leadership, is to create a great company to work at. That means the right people, the right culture, but also the right system. And I do think there's a lot of management innovation that still has to happen to create great workplaces. And we want to do that. So for me, as a leader, and our aspiration to create a great workplace is, what is that? And get inspired by the W.L. Gores, who've done this for decades. And some of the, younger companies, the scale-ups that we can see that work on transparency, new ways to lead, collaborate. That is the biggest challenge, is to make those things happen, not just to write about them, because I think there's a lot that's written on management innovation, but it's not scaled yet, right? And I want to do it at Strategizer before I talk about, how the organizational structures of the future should look like.
Amazing. Alex, thanks so much. Really, really great.
Thanks, everybody.
So many fabulous insights, and a great way to start. So thank you.
Thanks, everybody, for listening and participating. Really appreciate it.
We will see you soon. Okay, we're going to take a little break now. Before you go, the third session of today is going to be some workshops and sessions on looking into some of the challenges that you have and seeing whether we can come up with some solutions to them. Thank you to everybody that's pushed things over already. I've put them in a doc I'm going to share in a second, and if you get a moment in the either in the break or during the next sessions, do go through, take a look. And I guess a couple of things. If you've got questions that you have, the things that you're thinking about, challenges that you're coming up against that you want to talk about, you can add them to the list. So that's number one. If you are particularly interested in discussing and talking about some of the things that are already written down, vote. Probably the easiest thing to do is in the votes cells, just put an X, and if there's one X there, add an extra X, don't delete the last one.
Yeah, I've used Alex's Lean Canvas, and he's obviously a Steve Blank devotee because he posts a lot of Steve Blank stuff.
Yeah, he knows him quite well, I think. And yeah, they've spent quite a bit of time together. But yeah, it's interesting how he decided, or how he sort of, went through that thought process of how he was going to get coached. And I think, start at the top's not a bad way to do it. I don't know if you know Rita, but she's a good friend of BoS and a good friend of Alex. And yeah, it's always, you're always sort of 1 or 2 steps away from someone, aren't you?
Yes, a very interesting crowd. You have lots of very interesting people.
Yeah. So I'm not quite sure what's going on here. I can only see you. We may be in a room by ourselves. So is there anyone else there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Would
Hi,
you like to go in
Vesna.
a room? No, we're all due back in a minute.
No,
anyway.
we're good. We're good. Hello, Vesna. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, excited for this. I got your messages as well about challenges, so we've put those into the list, and we'll be picking up on some of them later. But I think some of this is going to be quite relevant as well, isn't it?
Wonderful. Thank you. Yes, it's still early here, so I'm just wrapping up kids getting to school, and then I'll be more attentive.
Get them out the door.
I know, right? Just leave.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. I hope that.
Okay?
Welcome back, people. It's Mark here. I'm going to hand over briefly to Kirk in a minute, just to share any important things. While he gets ready for that, one thing that I've found is really quite useful in online sessions is having something that you can paste into the chat so that you can share your contact information with other people. So I, for example, have that. So if you want to track me down, that's how you come and find me. I'm always happy to talk to people and try and help and all of those sorts of things. So just a little online networking, an online networking tip. Kirk, what do we need to know?
Not an awful lot. Everything you're going to ever need for this session or for any of these sessions will be on the attendee hub page, which you've all received links to in various emails, and we've been referring to throughout the day. The next session is with Mark Gibson, which is when we're going to be talking about B2B sales. And then we'll have another break. It'll be another half-hour break at the end of that for you to be able to stretch your legs again. And then we'll be coming back at 4 p.m. UK time, which is 11 Eastern. And we'll be doing our final session of the day, which will be the networking and problem-solving challenges discussion, which Mark shared a link to a page where you can put all your thoughts, which is now just gone into chat again. Thank you very much, Mark. So yeah, head over there and put in your challenges, mark out the challenges that you think would be useful to talk about later today. But yeah, that's everything that you're needing to know for now.
Fabulous. Okay, so our next session is about better B2B sales, which is something that I think we can all do a little bit or learn a little bit from. Mark Gibson has been selling since, gosh, more than 20 years. So has had some really interesting experiences on the way. I've known him for 10 plus years, I guess. So, and he's always had really interesting things to say. He's quite kind of a scholar and like some of the best sales leaders is always trying to kind of improve and listen and take new ideas on board and think about things. So I would like to hand over now, and please give a nice little round of virtual applause to Mark Gibson, who's going to explain his accent first of all.
Thank you, Mark. Well, yes, good call on the accent. Does anyone want to guess where the accent comes from? You can put that guess in the chat. I'm Mark Gibson, and I started selling in Adelaide in South Australia at the end of the mainframe era in 1981. I worked for Control Data, and it was a dinosaur in the death throes. And the only good thing I can say about my first year in sales, where I finished minus $50,000, was that I got a world-class sales education. And companies stopped training salespeople about 15, 20 years ago. Now salespeople show up and they're expected to know how to sell. And any of you that have done any hiring will know that that is actually not the case at all. So Mark discussed this workshop today a couple of months ago, and I thought about it. And as I was preparing for this meeting, I tried to think of the questions you might have for me. And I thought one of those questions might be, what's going on in selling, B2B selling today? What can we do about what's going on? And I thought the third question might be, how can we get help? Where can we go? What resources have you got to recommend? So that, in fact, is my opening position. And I wonder if anyone's got any other questions that you'd like to put on the table up front.
Wow.
No questions?
I don't think there are at the moment, but I would say that, I mean, and we've talked about this before, so I'm not blindsiding you. If you do have questions as you're talking, please throw them into the chat, or if there's something that you want kind of clarified straight away, just take yourself off mute and ask away. Mark won't be offended, I think.
No, absolutely. So yeah, Mark reminded me that this is not a webinar; it's more of a chat, and so we'll definitely. I will try not to use my sales presentation speaker voice, but my fireside chat voice. So let's get started. And this is really specifically a talk about B2B SaaS, because I think most software companies have made the transition to the recurring revenue model now. And, B2B sales has been hard for the last 5 to 7 years, and it's getting a lot harder, and it's going to be a lot harder this year. And I think what we've seen out there today in normal times is that this SaaS model has attracted a ton of money because interest rates have been so low. The SaaS model has attracted money where the growth of the business has been the key goal of the investors, and it's been grow at the expense of cost. And it was like a giant land grab. Today, we're in a recession, and I think we're going to see sustainable growth being the model for SaaS companies going forward. And given that we've transitioned from a period of velocity to sustainable growth, that's going to impact a lot of companies. And in addition, the SaaS bubble that we've seen as a result of COVID is also going to change a lot of things out there in terms of valuation and funding, and that's going to cause a whole lot of side effects in the marketplace over the next couple of years. So this is a chart from SaaS Capital, and this is the pure B2B SaaS business, no B2Cs in here, and it's the annual recurring revenue for the current year. And what you can clearly see here is the impact of COVID and the Zoomification of software, and all of a sudden tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of companies were forced to take their applications to the web, to the cloud, and we saw salespeople and customer success and service people working from home, and we saw a huge explosion in the Zoomification of software and working from home. So we're on the other side of this. Has the SaaS bubble burst? I would say most certainly it has, but that doesn't mean that the SaaS model itself isn't really attractive and very sound. And I'd just like to ask anyone in the chat to tell us if you've seen any adverse effects this year, in calendar year 2022. What adverse effects did you see in your revenue, or in the deal sizes, or in the deal duration, or the number of people getting involved in deals? Anything that you can report that might be out of the ordinary? Nothing in the chat? No? Okay. We'll move on. So my three questions that I thought you might have were: what's going on, what to do about it, and how to change. So what's going on? We've seen that SaaS has been overbought. And I think that as a result of that, and as a result of the recession, I think a lot of renewals out there are going to be at risk, and a lot of deals that have been forecast where upsells were the idea for this year, I think are going to be at risk. So if you're a mature growth stage SaaS company, you might want to do some analysis on your upsells and your renewals, because I think some of those can be at risk. I think that the second thing that I've certainly seen since going back to the UK, and having had 3 years working on the other side of the table as a practitioner at Centrify, I ran sales enablement for 3 years. I'm back consulting now, is that buying behavior is changing faster than SaaS companies can adapt. And I've got some ideas that I can share with you around how to catch up. I think this is one of the most important findings of the last 12 months, was the actual analysis of a very large number of sales calls to come up with the finding that 50% of forecast deals end in no decision, and the majority of those deals end in no decision because companies cannot decide which vendor to go for. They are in analysis paralysis, so they end up doing nothing. It's not that the status quo is preferred. That's definitely one of the causes of the no decision outcome. The status quo is preferred over change, but the other one is companies just cannot reach a decision. And I think as we look at 2023, I think the majority of salespeople are going to struggle to hit their quota in 2023 in a downturn. We are certainly in a downturn in the UK, and the analysts are predicting that the US will enter a downturn at some time this year. And those downturns tend to last for 3 years. So what can you do about salespeople, upskilling your salespeople to hit quota in 2023? I'll address that as well. So here's a couple of things that have happened in the last 5 to 7 years. So we've seen win rates. Now, when I talk about win rate, I'm talking about an opportunity that is qualified that we put into the pipeline. And what we've seen now is that win rates on those qualified opportunities have dropped from 46 to 26%, nearly in half. And on the other hand, what we've seen is that deals lost from no decision have doubled in the last 5 to 7 years. So that is a significant problem in most companies, and I think these are averages at Universal. Obviously, may not be the case at your place, but it's pretty clear to me that with 50% of deals closing in with no decision, that the place to focus our sales effort and our management time is on the bottom of the funnel. So let's talk now about SaaS being overbought. There's no doubt that the SaaS model is a wonderful model, and the incremental improvement in the selling process across each of the transitions in the sales process combined with upsell and with renewals creates a wonderful, not exponential, but polynomic growth loop. That is still a fundamentally sound model. And with companies that are into sustainable growth, it's a great business model. But there will be winners and there will be losers, as we saw in the slowdown around the global financial crisis. There are going to be winners and there are going to be losers. And the adapters, indeed, that's what we saw in the GFC. The adapters emerged stronger. Now, incidentally, there was only one category of salespeople that did well in the global financial crisis, and they were the challenger salespeople. Now, some of you may have already heard of that, but what the corporate executive board found was that challenger salespeople were the only salespeople that could succeed in an environment where budgets were constrained, where people were being laid off, where expenditure for everything other than essential projects was cut. So we are going to have to learn those lessons and repeat what was done there in that GFC. We have to do that again now, and that is our sales teams need to be challenging the status quo and asking the question of the buyer, answering the question of the buyer, why change, and why change now? So I talked about buyer behavior changing, and this is a HubSpot stat from a couple of years ago. Only 29% of buyers want to speak to salespeople. I suspect that's under 25% now. And the reason for that is that 9 out of 10 initial sales conversations with buyers, they rate as a waste of their time because the salesperson didn't bring anything new to the table. And there are probably 50% of salespeople in the world today are trained to sell products. They know their products, that's what they lead with, and buyers are not interested in product pitches or product sales. What buyers are really interested in is insight, what the salesperson knows about their marketplace, what's going on in the marketplace, and who's doing things in the marketplace that they should be looking at and should be copying. So that's a big problem that marketing needs to address, and I'll get to that shortly, is that we really don't, we haven't done ourselves as a sales professional, we haven't done our profession any justice by showing up and pitching products or asking buyers to sit down and play 20 questions as in a solution sale. The other things we're seeing in cycle times are blowing out. More than 50% of deals, B2B complex deals now take 7 months to close, and that is increasing. It takes an average of 27 touches to close a deal now from first call to a transaction. And some of those are marketing touches, and some of them are sales touches, and some of them are customer success touches. But more people are getting involved in the deal, and deals are taking longer, and they're getting much more complex. Would everyone subscribe to that? Is that what you've seen today with the deals that you're working on and the sales that you've closed?
I think that's like a general sense, although I think it'd be really interesting to pick up on Martin Milliken's comment in a little while, where he's saying that he's, which he put into the chat, but maybe we can come back to that, where he's not seeing much difference.
Okay, very good. So I want to take a couple of minutes to talk about the buying process, because I think most of the analysts and most of the surveys I've seen have a vendor-centric view of what's going on, and as they map out the buyer's journey. But this is actually what's really going on from an initial idea to a transaction. So the buying process starts with an idea, and that idea can be as a result of a senior executive attending a conference, meeting with a consultant, playing golf with a buddy who shares an idea, but shares what they've recently done and to achieve better results. And that idea sparks an opportunity to actually improve performance. And that idea will then, the senior executive will then appoint a mentor to run with that idea, to scope out the possibilities, to understand what the software vendor is bringing to the table, maybe run some proof of concepts, certainly get demos, find out how much it's going to cost. And that opportunity, that initiative will then be positioned as an initiative inside the organization. If it gets through position, and I'll talk a bit more about position in a moment, if it gets through position, there'll be an assessment of the pros and cons of the idea. There'll be a business case to study the ROI to make sure the investment's a good investment. And finally, there'll be a transaction. Now, that is what happens in a B2B sale with or without a salesperson. And this I've superimposed, this is a hypothetical spark line where we've got 4 vendors involved, and vendor A in this case, maybe they're placed an industry article, a thought-leading article into an industry journal, and a senior executive picked up on it, or perhaps it was a sales call where a consultative salesperson got through to a senior executive on the phone and planted an idea that executive wants to exploit. So what you'll see here is that vendor A, in fact, has 27 touches. So this is to scale, right? I've drawn this to scale. Vendor A has got 27 touches through from the first call to a transaction. And what we're seeing here is that about 60 odd % of the way through the buying process, there will be after the deal's got through position, there'll be the need to go out there and get 3 bids. Okay, who else is in the market? We know vendor A is really good with, we really like what they're doing, but because of our purchasing rules, we're going to need to go and get 3 bids. Vendor B is involved just before position because they want to make sure that vendor A isn't the only game in town. But then you'll see vendor C and vendor D. So what's happening in this buying process is that vendor A at the outset finds the deal, develops the relationship, develops the need in the organization. They have an 80% chance of winning. And then the B, C, and D, probably 5% chance of winning at best. So when you get the inbound lead at position where vendor C is on this chart, when you get the inbound lead with a request for a demo and a request for pricing, and it's a short fuse, you know that you're what we call column fodder, because vendor A is making the running and they need 2 or 3 other vendors in their spreadsheet so that they can say that they've done the due diligence and correctly followed purchasing procedures. So buyers spend a total of 17% of their time in a buying process with all of the vendors combined. And this, as I said, this spark line is to scale. So if you collapsed all those, that'd be about 17% of the total time, which means that we as vendors, we don't get a lot of time to make an impact. So what we call these opportunities is these are moments that matter in front of buyers. And we want to make sure that our sales teams are absolutely they're loaded, their lips are loaded with the right conversations to have. And this is all about conversations. And that's what differentiates salespeople today, not the products. It's the conversations that salespeople have and the insights that they bring during this buying process. I said, and this is a book written by a couple of Englishmen, Dominic Rousell and Ian Gotts. This was written in about 2008. It's still current. A very good book called Why Killer Products Don't Sell. Now, the point where deals die is at position. And, you know, an industry leader, a visionary in an organization, appoints a mentor, run with the idea, build a business case so that I can take this initiative to the executive team. Now, my initiative A is up against opportunity B, development project C, system upgrade D, and the new office E. And this is what's happening in the market today. SaaS spending is being prioritized against all of the other opportunities to spend organizational or departmental funds, so that this opportunity that we are forecasting needs executive sponsorship. At position, the initiative is discussed, and if the initiative comes out with a consensus, yes, it's a good idea, resources will be made available, it'll become public in the organizations, and funding will be advanced to go through the due diligence of purchase. Now, at this point, it's highly political, it's emotionally charged because it's a change initiative, and this is where a lot of deals are going to go to die. And the questions that salespeople need to answer is the why change question. But more importantly, and this is really an important question now in a downturn, which is why change now? If the buyer, your executive sponsor for the idea can't answer those two questions for the executive team, then you're not going to get through position. So our job as salespeople is to help our executives to answer those questions. And the other questions that are going to come up are, why can't we use the existing technology? And what evidence do we have that this financial investment is actually going to bring an ROI and create value for the company? So that's a little bit about the buying process, but it's going to come up, and it's going to come up more as we go through this conversation today. Now, the buying process, as we all know, is anything but linear. And those gates you do have to go through, but there will be loops. And in fact, the buying process looks more like a game of snakes and ladders than it does a linear process from A to B to C to D. Has anyone seen this book? Has anyone read this book this year? Mark Littlewhite has, because I gave him one. Okay, this is the Jolt Effect, and this is a must-read for executives, for sales leaders and CXOs. And research conducted across 2.5 million sales calls across inbound, outbound, all B2B calls, no B2C. Research over 2.5 million calls found that between 40 to 60% of deals end in no decision. Now, up until this research, people didn't really know why. Very few people could answer the question, why are we getting 50% of deals ending in no decision? Now, I said before, about 46% of the time, buyers prefer the status quo to change, but the 54% of the time, they actually can't get to a decision. And what this analysis did was that they found that there was moderate to high indecision on 87% of the deals. Now, they built an AI model and they trained that model, and it was able to predict the outcome of deals with 85% accuracy. And analyzing all of those sales calls and across all of those digitized conversations, they were able to determine the reasons for no decision. And in 54% of sales calls that ended in no decision, the problem was the fear of messing up. Buyer fear that they would lose their job, fear the company wouldn't get the ROI, fear that that there was too much risk for them personally, and they were also drowning in information. So one of the real challenges out there today as a vendor is that there's a lot of high quality information. This is so that we have to help our executives sponsoring our initiative to actually make sense of what's coming in, because there is so much information out there. So deals ending in no decision. This is a place to focus your management effort and your think time, because this is a huge leak in your pipeline. But what we also found was that we have to have two playbooks, not just one playbook. We need a playbook to overcome the status quo, and we need a playbook to overcome the indecision. And they're different playbooks. The overcome the status quo playbook is about why change, and why change now to defeat the status quo. But when you get objections, defending this, attacking the status quo will sink your deal absolutely straight away. So we need to have this strategy for overcoming indecision so that we can get to a purchase decision. And the Jolt effect lays out those strategies, and they're fundamentally teachable. And the results from working on those strategies are quite remarkable. So this leak in the bottom of the funnel can be plugged. Another issue we talked about was salespeople not making quota. And I talked about it before, and I've trained a lot of salespeople in my life. And what I've seen is that salespeople are trained on the product. They have very little understanding of the problems that the products are designed to solve. And they have very little understanding of the risks involved in implementing the product. And that, I think, is one of the reasons why salespeople struggle to create credibility in front of buyers, and why buyers rate sales calls as not worth their time, and why salespeople are being disenfranchised out of the buying conversation. And that one of the things that really means is the marketing needs to step up with insight to be able to fill the gaps, because salespeople are being squeezed out of the buying process. And I think the reason for that is that really product selling and solution selling approaches, and if you don't know solution selling, it's probably 25, 30 years old now. Mike Bosworth developed it, and it was a work on the back of spin selling. And the solution selling approach really, it starts with 20 questions for the buyer. And buyers don't want to sit through 20 questions. They want insight from salespeople, and they want salespeople to bring the knowledge of the marketplace, the knowledge of their industry, and to be able to communicate what changes are going on in the marketplace they're in, so that they become aware and they can take action. I don't know whether who isn't going to put their hand up on this one. Not enough good leads. Doesn't matter what company you work with, you'll hear the complaint that we don't have enough good leads. And it's definitely a problem in a downturn, in a market downturn where funding's cut, where inbound lead flow chokes off, and it's very difficult for salespeople to get in contact with buyers. Another big issue is weak conversions from first to second meetings. And I think I've really hit on that now, because the reason why we get weak conversions from first to second meetings is because we don't bring any value to the conversation 9 out of 10 times. So that's why that initial conversation is actually a real point of focus for sales performance improvement. Another easily fixed, simple piece of sales process that overcomes weak qualification, which is a common problem in a majority of companies where salespeople are wasting time on deals that won't close, where the buyer can't make the decision, and where the executive team isn't engaged, and where there's only a single buyer, so they're single-threaded. They're gonna waste a lot of time and resources, and those deals are going to slip and never close in the forecast. And then finally, certainly this is from what I've seen in the UK. Most salespeople are underskilled and undercoached. Now, the SaaS model itself and the automation and the artificial intelligence and the tools that we've built into this tool stack that we've deployed in B2B sales have enabled a lot of underskilled people to be able to drive the machine. But what we're seeing now is in a downturn, those people are being found out. So we have a crisis in the competence of the skills of our sales team, and we have a crisis in the quality of coaching that salespeople are getting. More about that in a moment. So what to do? What are we going to do? We've talked about 4 major problems, and now I want to give you some ideas. First of all, before I move on to that, does anyone else have any comments? Are there any questions or issues, or would you like to take issue with any of the statements that I've made? I'd love to be challenged. No?
Wow, listening very obediently. Very unlike you, Vesna.
Nothing in the chat.
And did Martin.
We'll keep going. So what to do? The SaaS model is a fundamentally sound model, but a lot of companies still haven't developed a reliable revenue model. In fact, there are a number of models that you're going to need to build, a go-to-market model and a business model. And the reason I've got an asterisk alongside that is if you don't have a good set of revenue models today, you can actually download open source revenue models, which have been put into the public domain by Winning by Design at the scienceofrevenue.com. So there's a website, the scienceofrevenue.com. Those revenue models are readily available, and I strongly recommend that you take a look. And if they're better than what you're using, then download them and implement them. So what we need to be doing, of course, as SaaS companies is tracking and measuring performance. Lifetime value to CAC, we all know that one. Rule of 40, the magic number. Triple, double. These are all metrics that I think are really focused on valuation and acquisition. Whereas I think as a sales practitioner, I'm really, and a business leader, I'm really looking for leading indicators of performance. And I'm looking for opportunity. How many new opportunities are being created? How many first to second meetings have we had this week? Because that's a critical conversion that we can actually focus on and create massive improvement in results. How is our pipeline build, and what sort of pipeline cover do we have? These are leading performance indicators. Also today, have a look at your churn risk. Don't assume that some of those big contracts are going to renew. Get the salesperson involved, get the customer success person involved, and have a huddle and figure out what risks are likely. How much of the product are they using? How much of the value that we promised are they getting? Are we delivering monthly value reports on the impact of our software? And then finally, the dumbest thing you can do in a SaaS business is discount your software. So in fact, there's ample evidence to suggest that discounting in a SaaS model actually reduces your win rate. So instead of discounting, start small, take risk off the table. If the buying team absolutely insists on a discount, then trade a discount for something of value to you, high value to you. And that is a video testimonial. That's about as high a value as you can get. And that would be a trade that you would make in return for any discounting. Most salespeople today in the marketplace will discount without even being asked. But in a SaaS business, you're shooting yourself in the head. Stop discounting. It's a cultural thing. And we've, as a sales professional, it really is an embarrassment that, 50 years of prior history have conditioned buyers to expect discount and to bend the arm over at the end of the quarter in most cases, because they know that that's when they can get the best deal. We've conditioned buyers over 50 years. Buying behavior is changing faster than companies can adapt.
What's the rule of 40, Mark?
The rule of 40. Yes, the rule of 40. I'll come back to it. The buying behavior is changing faster than than companies can adapt. And sales and marketing alignment isn't new, but what is new is the actual getting the two organizations together hand in glove and starting to work as a team on account-based marketing, so that marketing and sales interact, and we have different communication with buying organizations as we go across the buying process. So it might be salespeople starting the conversation. It might be a marketing conference speaker that starts the conversation, and then sales will get involved, and then marketing is going to be involved. But this requires sales and marketing to sit down, work together, and figure out how they can cover the changes in buying behavior. Now, if you're using Salesforce.com, you've probably got 11 steps in your buying process, because that's how it comes instrumented out of the box. And we, in fact, would like to get to a situation where we've got a much simpler, auditable sales process that's aligned with how customers buy. So auditable being, how do you know a deal is qualified? Well, if you put a deal on the forecast, you've said it's qualified. But unless the buyer tells you that it's qualified and they agree to next steps to explore what you're offering in more depth, then you don't have a qualified deal. And it's the simplest piece of sales process to implement, but it's very seldom done. Cause level value messaging, or what corporate executive board calls commercial insight, is something that most sales teams lack. Most sales teams are out there messaging to the problem. They're messaging products at the problem. What we as salespeople and marketers and thought leaders need to do is we need to get to the working with the customer, get to the underlying causes of the problem that our products can address, and then understanding what the impact is of the causes. Now, I had a CMO at Centrify who said, look, we've got to do commercial insight. We've got to get to the cause level of what's going on in the organization. And she said, no, we don't have time. I don't have the resources. It takes too long, and I don't have budget to hire anyone, pardon me, to do this. So we didn't do it. We kept doing what we were doing the best we could. But what we do when we get to the cause levels is we understand the impact of the organizational changes that our product, the impact on the organization that our product or solution can bring, and then we can develop commercial insight and develop a solution approach and the capabilities that are required to solve the problem. That enables us to message in a differentiated way, because we're messaging directly to the cause of that problem. Now, if you haven't, hands up those that have read The Challenger Customer. I'm moving at the moment, otherwise I'd flash up a copy of the book, because it's one of the books on my bookshelf that I refer to all the time. The Challenger Customer is an extremely important book for marketers and sales leaders, because it really goes into the into the way that commercial insight is developed, and it incorporates all of the ideas of the Challenger sale in that book. It's a wonderful book. It's still very relevant, even though it's been out for about 7 or 8 years now. So cause level value messaging is super important. And then finally, certify everyone in the new value message. If you've got a new value message and you differentiate from how your salespeople are having conversations from your competitors, then you want everyone in the organization, customer success, pre-sales resources, inbound break fix people. You want everybody to have that new message on the tip of their tongue. And in most organizations today, if you ask somebody, how do you create value? You'll get as many different answers as there are salespeople, because they haven't bothered certifying the sales team. So the thing about deals ending in no decision is you've got to recognize that it's happening to you. And at CloudView, where I was interim head of sales over the last 12 months, it was more than 50% of deals ending in no decision. Some of those were, we prefer the status quo, we're not going to change. Others were, they just couldn't make a decision because it was too difficult. So the way to understand and to take action is to record and analyze sales calls. Now, listen for the indecision. Now, if you're not recording sales calls today, then you're actually doing your sales team a disservice, because there is no faster way to ramp new salespeople than to have them listen to the calls of successful salespeople. And it's an essential coaching aid. And if you don't record and analyze your sales team, you won't pick up, you won't be able to solve this problem. But by listening to keywords, looking for digitized keywords, we can actually see signs of indecision. And the action items here are to help buyers make sense of the information that's coming at them, recognizing that they're drowning in a sea of high quality information. Make recommendations and make recommendations based on your experience as an industry expert, having helped dozens or hundreds of other companies change what the results as an outcome of using your product. And then to spell out the ROI, spell out what they can expect in terms of outcomes from using your product. And then finally, take risk off the table. Start small and offer guarantees to get buyers over that fear of failure. So the JOLT effect stands for, it's an acronym, it stands for judge that it's happening, offer recommendations based on experience, limit further exploration by spelling out the ROI. The reason why buyers go and do more exploration is because they don't feel confident that they can get the ROI, the outcomes that they're looking for from you. So they keep looking in an analysis paralysis. And then finally, the T stands for take risk off the table. So that's the JOLT effect. It's probably one of the most important books I read last year. Salespeople missing quota. Well, I've already talked about this. Focus on the bottom of the funnel. It's a no-brainer. That's where there's a lot of money, and you can change your results by doing that. The second issue, I think, is that everyone's has to be responsible for lead generation today. You know, we were in a recession, and lead funnels have dried up. Outsource lead generation where you can, and record all sales calls. So salespeople are never going to improve unless they record their calls and listen to their calls and get critiqued by their sales management team and their peers. It's super important and you know, these tools like Gong and Chorus and Executive Vision, these tools are actually the only tools in the whole sales enablement tool stack that go viral, because salespeople want them. They want to hear what the top salespeople in the company are saying. It's easy to say build a learning organization, But today, change is happening so fast. There are and salespeople, as I said, are being squeezed into 17% of or a fraction of 17% of a buying process. They have to make the moments, make the best of the moments that matter, and that means they have to be really, really good. And the only way to do that is to actually build an organization that is a learning machine, and that takes a top-down commitment to elevating skills and to implementing regular training, coaching, feedback, and taking half a day off a week to critique, to learn, and to grow. That's a very important idea, and it requires a C-level commitment to make it happen. A recession is a wonderful time to upgrade your sales organization. And today, recruiting is so difficult that we want to use science to actually help us find the right candidates, hire the right candidates, and with a high degree of success, when we hire them, we know they're going to be successful. And then get those new hires on board in the next 90 days. Get those hires onboarded, ramped up so that they can actually be effective inside 90 days. Today, ramp times for sales effectiveness are between 9 to 14 months. 9 to 14 months to get a sales team to be fully productive. We want our sales team productive in the second quarter and starting to hit quarterly quotas in third quarter. Managers have to go first. So whatever you're asking your sales team to do, to learn, a skill, to develop, sales managers have to go first, and they have to be responsible, and we have to measure and manage their effectiveness at coaching their sales team. And in terms of elevating the skills, consultative selling is the name of the game. Modern selling approaches today, where salespeople are going to be involved, they require salespeople to be consultative, to be good listeners, to be good communicators, and to be empathic in the way that they communicate with buyers. And there's a lot of skill and there's a lot of technique that has to be learned. So we want to put salespeople into a consultative selling skills curriculum. And at the end of that curriculum, we want to certify them that they are both competent and confident in articulating the value message and the why change message for the organization, and overcoming objections. I'm not overcoming, in resolving objections. You can't overcome objections, you can only resolve them. And as a sales enablement practitioner, pick one skill a month for your sales team to work on, and have everybody work on it and measure the improvement. Because as I said, in a SaaS model, if we can get incremental improvement, if we can get salespeople 5% better at making a cold call, if we can get 5% better in doing a demo, if we can get 5% better in doing discovery, if we get 5% better in qualification, if we can get 5% better in engaging buying teams, we can actually double our win rate in a year. So these things are really, really important. Pick one skill and work on it and measure the performance improvement. And we've had nearly an hour. I haven't had too many questions, but I will open it to questions in a moment. So the third question is, how do you go about changing? Well, my experience is that it's very hard to change internally. You have to, unless you hire a very experienced startup sales executive who's actually got startup experience and knows how to scale and grow, or knows how to go to market, you might need some help from external resources. And the question is, why change now? Now, in good times, this is what the SaaS model looks like. It's a polynomial curve. And it really is a wonderful model, because incremental improvement across the system, utilization increasing, and increased seats provides this beautiful model where years 4, 5, 6, and 7, you're in pure profit. However, we're not in normal times. we're in a downturn, and the US is definitely going to, well, may head into one. But what we're going to see is reduced lead flow, declining conversions across the buying process, and lower win rate. And for some reason, a need to increase discount because of the environment we're in. And we'll see increased churn, license seat cancellations, and slower growth. So what we need to be very aware of is that this curve for a company, for a fairly young company, 3-4 years out of the gate, this is a very distinct possibility. And we need to manage our way around it. That's why we need to get started now, because this is starting to, the changes are starting to occur this quarter. So I've worked with these elite firms. These are thought leaders, and they do a lot of research. I publish a lot of thought leading analysis. And Winning by Design is a global organization. The Challenger Inc. is they're the people that wrote the original Challenger sale book. Now I think they went to Gartner, and then they were then sold off. And Corporate Visions. I've worked with Corporate Visions, and I've competed against Corporate Visions, and they do excellent work. They are not inexpensive, however. In terms of value selling consultants, that is consultants that can come in, help you develop a value, cause level value model that'll resonate with buyers, and then train your sales team in consultative selling, Inflection Point, CPV consulting, and my own consulting business. We can actually help you change as well. Now, these couple of pages stacked with links, but these are books that these are must-read books for sales leaders and for CEOs. Especially, I've talked about the Jolt effect. This one from Anthony Iannarino is called Elite Sales Strategies. And this is truly one of the best books I've read as a sales professional in my whole career. I've just worked through I listen to all my books on Audible, but some of these are so important that I buy them. And the workbook that I just went through, the workbook that comes with this, and it is truly an exceptional piece of insight. By the way, Anthony Iannarino is probably the most learned of all of the sales consultants that I've ever met. The Jolt Effect, that's a must read because there's so much money at risk. And here's another one from Tim Reister from Corporate Visions. This is the expansion sale, and this is really, really important when our renewals and our upsells are at risk in our SaaS model. Now, the rule of 40. I'm afraid I'm having a senior moment. I'm in the middle of moving, and I knew what the rule of 40 was before I started, but I can't think of it right now. Mark, have you got that? You're on mute, Mark. You're on mute.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know it, but Martin looked it up and has it summarized very succinctly. Software companies' combined revenue growth rate and profit margin should equal or exceed 40%.
Thank you.
Companies above that generally are making profit, and companies that are below that tend to run into challenges.
Excellent, thank you.
So that's that. But thank you very much, Mark. There were a couple of kind of comments in the chat as you were going through, and I wanted to pick up on. Martin, are you dressed now? I say in the nicest possible way. Well,
we've got to unmute and there we go. Can you see me now?
There we are. You've got your clothes on. Fantastic. So I think you're an interesting case, and particularly because at the beginning of this, you said that you hadn't really seen very much change in your sales. Can you just explain or tell us a little bit about, you know, what you're selling and who you're selling to?
So the product is it's basically email marketing, recognizing that, I mean, the very nature of the product name, email marketing, means that it's for marketers. But the truth is, there's a lot of users that are really what you might call, what we call anyway, communicators. I'm not sure if that's actually the right term. I don't know if that's actually voice of customer or not. But these are typically people with communications in their title versus sales and marketing in their title. Is a sort of a simple rule of thumb that we've discovered. And you know, what they don't want is a lot of clutter with marketing functions that don't make any sense to them. And then there's a set of features that you know, either enhanced features from marketing. But anyway, I mean, I could ramble on. The point is that just targeting marketers and just saying, even when we're doing the sales call, one of the things we say is we divide the market broadly into sales and marketing. Communicators and marketers, and have a, you know, we always ask, like, where would you put yourself in this? Which side are you? And if we can get, oh yeah, I'm definitely on the communications side, we've moved the sale forward a lot more, because now they feel like we're speaking to them instead of, you know, this sort of repurposed thing. Now, I think the reason we haven't seen any change, to answer more directly the question, is because we're dealing with a lot of organizations, not exclusively non-commercial, but a lot of non-commercial organizations that are not, you know, where the budgets have not been so affected, especially in this core area. At least that's my theory. So there you go.
Excellent.
Does that answer the question, do you think?
Yeah, and you made a couple of other comments. One was around changing your approach to outbound. Maybe you can kind of explain a little bit about this.
Well, I mean,
I wasn't sure whether you were looking for different ways of doing things, or
yeah, I was just looking for any comment Mark had specifically about outbound. You know, I mean, inboxes are excuse me, I finally got COVID about a week and a half ago. I'm not quite recovered.
Oh.
The well, it was inevitable, wasn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
you know, but yeah, just sending outbound, doing cold emails, you know, getting the right names, doing cold phone calls. I mean, we're doing all of this. We're having a degree of success with it, but man, it's a grind, as everybody knows. And I just wondered if Mark had any particular insights around that, or I suspect it's just, you know, carry on more of the same. But you know, anyway, that's my question. If he notices any.
So I do have
changes.
I've got a couple of ideas, and I don't know whether you're all sick of getting spammed on LinkedIn yet by people who want to connect with you, and then, you know, that 5 minutes later they send you a pitch. But that's a bot running a whole set. I've used 3 or 4 different bots now on LinkedIn to do outreach, and they've been successful to some have been successful, some have been terrible, and some have just been completely spam. But that same bot technology using AI and targeting is actually proving to be very effective in using email today. And there's I don't have the there's 2 firms I can think of right now that have approached me over the last couple of months with this technology, and I believe that you know, lead generation, if you can, outsource it, because if you've got somebody that's got a process and a technique and they're getting results, then use it, because it can be the biggest sink of time in your sales arsenal. A couple of other things about lead generation that are really really difficult is, point number 1, it takes on average 8 touches before you get a buyer to take an initial call. So most salespeople give up after 1. So that's one of the problems with lead generation. It takes average 8 calls, 8 attempts, 8 emails, 8 LinkedIn, whatever you name it, or a mixture of all 3 before you're going to get somebody to take a call. But most salespeople give up after 1. The other thing is that in terms of referrals, you know, I would say if a cold call has a unit of 1, is a value of 1, a referral from a trusted colleague is worth 1,000. An inbound lead is worth 100. Cold calls worth 1. A referral's worth 1,000. Now, 90% of buyers that are satisfied with their product are willing to give referrals and to give introductions to their colleagues and their former colleagues, but only 10% of salespeople ask for referrals. So there's some magic for you, and I will send you the 2 names. I wouldn't recommend any LinkedIn bots, but I do have a couple of email bots that I think could be worth your time to explore, especially if you're in a marketplace where you've effectively identified a niche that's tuned into your message. I hope I answered that question.
Well, then does that mean that? So, what is your perspective on LinkedIn then? I mean, you talked about the bots. So, how do you approach LinkedIn then?
Well,
I mean, so bots are out. You just do you do it manually?
I think LinkedIn bots are useful, but I think it's about you've got to create a value message, and it's not about, hey, you didn't read my last post. You just keep posting different ideas and different value until you get somebody to respond. And the other thing, of course, is trying to get people to connect with people. Once they've connected with you, get them to follow you so that they can see the content that you're producing. So this is it's a high quality content play. And I've seen ChatGPT. I've actually generated an article which I posted a couple of weeks ago. It's got to be well written, because we're drowning in stuff on LinkedIn. There's so much to see, so much to learn, so much to know. So it's got to be high quality, it's got to be insightful, and it's got to be on the money in terms of how you create value.
Yeah, I might take issue with the using bots are good. I don't think using bots are good if you just expect to find a bot and get it to go off and do stuff. It's where they become useful is if you have high quality content. And I think there's I get a huge amount of kind of inbound connection requests and all sorts of things, as I'm sure you all do, and they're really easy to ignore. And to be honest, I think a lot of marketing automation software is super annoying and super irritating, but that's mainly because most people use it really badly. So it's, and I think this kind of whole thing with sales marketing, there's things that you can do that automate. There are things that you can do that automate the process of annoying people more and more. We've all had those kind of email sequences, right?
Just bubbling this up. Yes, just bubbling it up. Yes.
Yeah. And they just sort of stand out. So I think, no question, LinkedIn has some really quality content, but also 90% of the content there is pretty bad. Good news is I don't think it's too difficult to stand out if you're starting to do interesting stuff. But yeah, I mean, Martin, how do you find people at the moment? You've identified your audience. Who are you going after, and how are you going after
Well,
them?
I mean, actually, we were hedging our bets for a very long time, because we had about 30% commercial marketing from our history, and we only just doubled down on pure communication. Excuse me, in the last towards the end of 2022. We're actually in the process of redoing our content and redoing our positioning. It's not really redoing it, it's just finally doing what we've been working towards. It's really been, classic stuff. We've been doing outbound emails, trying different approaches. We've used seamless.ai. We use outreach. We buy directories. It's all pretty, I guess you could call it brute force. Yeah. I would say that the one channel we've done a very poor job of, and of course, publishing content. We've got some content that definitely generates some inbound leads, and that's arguably one of our best. We just need more traffic. And I think that LinkedIn is where we have really failed. and have not, mostly just by not spending the time with a small team.
Yeah.
But we're working on changing that now.
So-
So,
Yeah,
so that's
it's-
timely. And I mean, I kind of knew the cold call inbound referral, but that's a very timely reminder. Mark, I think, again, done a very poor job of not recognizing there's lots of companies that we could call and get referrals from, and I'm just not doing it. So that might be the number one thing I take away from today. So there you go.
That's not a bad place to start. And I guess you're probably, so I mean, we've had some other talks about this. Asia, Matos did a really interesting talk about the deadly sins of marketing, and one of those sins is that I don't use this, so my customers don't use this. And she actually used, I think, the example of LinkedIn. Some people use it, some people don't. It's very easy to undervalue things that you're not personally using. And I think, our experiences, I mean, I've been on LinkedIn for years and years and years, and it's changed over the years. And what I would say was true 10 years ago isn't true 5 years ago, and isn't true today. I think if you're doing paid advertising and things on LinkedIn, it's very expensive and the return is super low. I think there are two areas that it seems to work quite well on at the moment. One is building up an audience of people that are interested in your content, and that's, it's maybe not, it's sort of more top of the funnel than down the bottom, and then there's the kind of one-to-one interactions. Mark, you were talking about focusing on bottom of the funnel, not top of the funnel in this situation. What are your thoughts on LinkedIn and top and bottom?
So I've had 2 years worth of experience in using 3 or 4 different bots now, and I've actually got a couple of deals out of those connections. So it hasn't been bad. One of them was terrible, and it just filled up my CRM with spam, and we just had to take so much time getting rid of them, because what you do when you pay for a subscription is you're actually harvesting connections into your CRM. So I do believe in bots, but you've got to get a good one. You've got to get people that actually know what they're doing, that'll guarantee results, and that's extremely hard to do, because they all say, "Oh yeah, we're going to give you 70% connections. You can have 10 meetings a week," which is, of course, is the pitch. But in reality, there is a lot of unless you've been very, very closely targeted to the buyers you're looking for in the industry segments that you're looking for, you will end up with a lot of spam and you will waste a lot of time. But LinkedIn, top of the funnel, a great way. And you've got to make everyone all of the thought leaders in your company need to be publishing regularly on LinkedIn. You've almost got to make it an MBO. You got to publish. If you're a sales leader, you got to publish something once a week. If you're an analyst, you got to publish something once a week. You want that LinkedIn channel every day with some thought leading content, or some content that's going to resonate with your buyers. And it's all about why change, and the problems the problems that your buyers are struggling with, and how they've changed, and the struggle to change. And these are things that buyers really key into.
And what do you do when you're not smart enough to come up with a thought leadership position and once a week, as I would categorize myself? And my follow-up question is, what about trade shows? So
the trade shows are great. Trade shows are still a wonderful way of generating leads and connections. And I was at a trade show in Birmingham late last year, extremely successful, and we got a lot of leads off the stand. It depends what you're selling, but yeah, trade shows are still a great way of getting conversations with buyers. Just walking the hall, sitting down next to somebody, having a coffee, they're great ways to meet people. So I agree, trade shows are very good. Bottom of the funnel, that's where to focus, and I think you can publish a lot of different content on LinkedIn that's going to be top of the funnel content as well as bottom of the funnel content. So your content in terms, what's bottom of the funnel content? Well, probably case studies. is more bottom of the funnel content than top of the funnel. But I think as a marketer, you've got to have all of these things working for you, and you got to get help. Velocity Partners is a top marketing agency here in the UK, and I know that they do really good work. That I don't know how much they charge, but I would look at outsourcing some of this stuff. And if there's plenty of really smart people out there that can actually help you generate content that doesn't sound like it's written by ChatGPT.
And I think so. Stephen Keller, you said you tried paid LinkedIn, complete fail. I couldn't agree more. I think there is a sort of a piece of that unless you understand what channels are working for you organically, which means that you start to understand who your buyers or your potential customers are and how they engage, and where you are in the buying process, which is something that April Dunford and Bob Mester have done some really interesting talks on recently. Any paid activity is going to struggle, and maybe there's a piece of this which is to actually do the work that means that you look at your existing customers and understand who those great customers are, and start to think about how you go off and find more of those things. And my suggestion would be, if you haven't done that first bit and you haven't done the second bit, which is actually do some one-to-one thoughtful tests and experiments where you're not using bots, you're doing some things yourselves to find out what is working and what isn't. Any kind of automated activity or paid activity or whatever is really going to kind of struggle to give you the return.
I've been using LinkedIn Navigator on and off for the last few years, and I've found it to be an extremely valuable tool, especially for selecting the slice of the audience that you want to go after, and then taking that and then exporting that into some sort of campaign. Whether you do that campaign on LinkedIn or whether you take that campaign offline, it's been very powerful and worth the money.
Yeah. Okay, so Vesna, so you dropped me an email and you're sort of talking about one of your challenges, which, and I think is pretty relevant to this. You kind of framed it as a marketing thing, but I'm wondering whether it's a sales thing. We're talking about getting your mindset back to marketing and networking for new projects. You call that marketing. I think that's sales, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, it's sales, I guess.
So don't be afraid to say sales.
Can you give us a bit more background on your question, Vesna?
It's not really even a question. It's just stuff that I'm just trying to get my head back in, because I've been working with a client very ingrained in the last year. So I've stopped kind of working on the business, and it's been going fine, but I need to get things ramped up right now and get back to talking to people and networking and just getting some projects for some of our contractors. It's not really a
little flavor of what you do.
Yeah, so I'm in QA, software testing. Sorry, I've got loud birds in the background that decided to chat now.
Twitter's alive.
Yeah, right.
It's not dead.
And so software testing, mostly for startups and small businesses. And I've been doing this for 33 years, but we've been doing this kind of consulting thing since 2009. And typically, once I get into the mindset, I'm fine. But the first couple of days or first week or so of getting back into trying to network and trying to do this are always a struggle for me mentally. And and I don't know, I'm the only one doing it. We're small, we're under 20 people, and it's basically reaching out to my network, like you said, and you know, seeing if anybody needs help or if anybody has referrals or stuff like that. But also I wouldn't mind trying to get some new players.
Well, it's weird because I think you are unique there, Vesna. Nobody struggles with this at all except.
No, I know, right?
Yeah, I got an email.
Mark, talk
I got
about
an email.
resilience and that restart thing, and you know what are that? There's a lot of really kind of core things around sales. Let's have some sort of professional thinking here.
So the place to start, the place to start any sales performance improvement campaign or initiative or skill upgrade is with mindset. And I funnily got an email this morning on LinkedIn, and the title of the email was "Second Week Blues?" ? Which I think is exactly what you're suggesting. And I thought to myself, no. I replied straight back, no, moving blues. So yes, it's tough. It's tough to get restarted, but hey, we all have to do it. But yeah, mindset, super important.
So what?
Yes,
sorry,
go ahead.
Vesna. No, go ahead, because I want you to put Vesna on a little program here, a little micro sprint of restarting. How do you go about that? But Vesna, you speak.
Oh, yeah, I was also going to ask, you know, LinkedIn worked for me for years, and now I'm working with younger and younger people and younger startups. And I find that they don't use it as much. And I am finding more connections and networking happening on large kind of business and leadership Slack groups instead. So that's been working, and I use LinkedIn more for referrals and, you know, keeping up with people, that kind of thing, rather than reaching out and getting new people. So just kind of giving you that, but that's just been my perspective from what I've been seeing.
That's wonderful input. Actually, I hadn't thought of industry Slack groups. That's a great way to
yeah,
to
and Discord probably too, but I haven't. Yeah.
Whatever, you know, use whatever works, and if that's working, terrific.
So what's our program for Vesna, Mark?
Well, I think Vesna knows exactly what she needs to do and how to go about it. I just think she needs to get on with it.
Yeah.
Do the work. Just do the work.
Is that fair, Vesna?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, right. So here's the way this is going to work. I want you to write down in very short form what you need to do. Okay, and then send it over here or share it somewhere with us, and someone's going to give you a poke in 2 weeks' time to hold you to account.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
What are you going to do in the next 2 weeks to get going?
Okay.
So not a rhetorical question.
I think that
answer.
I think that applies to everybody, Mark, because I think we've all got a bit of second week blues. What do we need to do to get going?
Well, since I wrote that, I think I got a contract yesterday and a second potential one this morning that came in. So it's actually been going well this week. And this is my first week back because I also had COVID. So since I wrote that to you, it's actually spiked.
Excellent.
Did you want me to write it here?
Yeah, write it down, send it over, and we will share it with people. Martin, what's your plan? What you said you were taking away find referrals.
Well, I think referrals on LinkedIn, that'll keep me going, and coming up with the I actually am in the process. I've hired some outside people to because by switching the focus or narrowing the focus of what we're how we're positioning ourselves as this email communication, it gives an opportunity to sort of pick up what we've learned and write some content around that specifically. So we do have a fairly decent vein to mine in terms of content. So mean, I was being a little facetious when I said, you know, how are you smart enough to do it once a week? And not entirely though, because that's a torrid pace if you ask me, or for me, I should say. As you know, me and my other guy that does that. But these outside services will be able to do that fairly quickly. I mean, fairly well over the next 3 months. After that, we'll have to see. But content, building content, applying it for LinkedIn, building it up on the website, changing the positioning, and I think really, we'd already planned to do that. The referrals is the new thing that I think I just got to start to, you know.
So what do you understand by referrals?
Calling up customers that are really happy, asking them about how happy they are, and saying, "Hey, have you got any other people you know that are they're in a similar position? Colleagues that I can call and present this to." I don't think it's rocket science, is it?
No, it's not rocket science, but you know, what LinkedIn does is it actually tells you who their peers are. You can find out who their peers are, and instead of asking for anyone you know, you can say specifically, "Do you know how well do you know so and so? Would you be comfortable giving me a referral?" That is about a 10x return. You get a 10x return on your requests if you do it that way.
That's a great idea. Yeah, and it takes my referral to LinkedIn and crosses them, connects them too, doesn't it? That's great.
Yes. And you know, the referrals are, in fact, I've got a call after this one, which is a result of a referral from a former CEO to a fellow CEO in his forum, and that's gold. And you know, these things really are worth 1,000 when a cold call's worth 1.
Yeah.
If I tell people how great BoS is, it's advertising. If you all go and tell people, it's endorsement. So the other sort of slightly softer piece on referrals are endorsements, I guess. How many of your existing customers have said something that they're prepared to put down that you can use as "It's changed my business life and my normal life, and now I'm king of the world," or whatever?
Well, we've been pretty successful at getting logos and testimonials. We haven't done any video testimonials yet. I don't know, maybe I should be bolder about that, but it seems like a big ask. I think the market is the market I'm in, and this could be my own perception, but it's well, I don't know. We haven't even asked, so I don't know.
Yeah. Do you remember the talk that Rahul Vahora gave on product market fit and the questions that he asked his superhuman users?
No.
This was back in 2017. If someone can share it in the link, it'd be really interesting. So this was something that was super helpful in the process of working out who their real customers are. And lots of people use things like Net Promoter Score as a way of understanding where you're any good at or not. And quite often Net Promoter Scores are pretty useless. But they went to their customers and they asked some very simple questions, along the lines of, one, if we didn't have this product, would you be very disappointed, or not that bothered? And what that does is help you understand who your real power users are. Second question was, who do you think this product is most valuable for? And that's helpful for your super users, because your super users are saying, well, I'm an X, and I think it's also really good for these other types of X's, but maybe also the Y's and Z's. If there are people that are less bothered if they can't have it, they may have thoughts on where in the organization it would be really valuable. So there's some there's some sort of super interesting insights you can get back. And there's a few more bits in the talk, the link to the transcript and the videos in the chat. But there's a really interesting way of connecting with a decent number of people within your customer base, and you can also then offer or suggest that you'd like to talk to some people. a portion of your users would like to be heard and will have ideas for your product. And so actually just kind of getting them getting in touch with them, setting up a conversation on Zoom or whatever. You can even in that conversation ask them if you can record a little testimonial as part of that process. So there's quite a few different things you could potentially do there. Some that are one-to-many and some that are one-to-one, but all useful. So put a number on your referrals, Martin. If this is important and you're gonna get going on it, how many people do you think you'll get to speak to in 2 weeks' time? Who's run away?
I have to dash too, Mark. I've got to.
Okay.
Call coming up.
Oh gosh, we are wrapping up. I do apologize. Okay, Martin.
Sorry,
I'll come
Mark.
back to you on
My brother called me right when you were in there. I don't have a referral number. I don't know. What's that?
Okay.
10? 10 a month.
Yeah, 10 a month. It's good. We'll come back to it. Mark, thanks so much. We are pretty much at the end of the session. So really, some great ideas there. Real interesting update on where we are on the in the world. I think for a lot of people, 2023 is going to be challenging, but I hope you've got some thoughts there that you can put into action that will make a difference. Do you have you've got your LinkedIn? Can't remember what you are on LinkedIn, Mark. Want to share it in the chat?
Sure.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, it's Mark Gibson. Mark Gibson, I think it is on LinkedIn.
Okay.
Are we going to post, or rather, are you going to post any of the presentation documents? I'm just thinking about Mark's extensive reading list, watch list.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we are absolutely going to share that. I have also pulled out the URLs and things. So it is, you can find it here, but we'll write everything up and share it. And Mark, if you can send over the most up-to-date deck, that would be super helpful as well. But that's links to the sales and the reading.
And Mark, I'm going to send you the links to those two new email companies that contacted me with a they're getting much better results than standard email.
That would be amazing. Okay, Mark, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Really interesting conversation, and we'll see you again soon.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mark.
Bye-bye.
So we're gonna take another break, but so you can do things. What time is it there, Martin? Must be lunchtime.
No.
And problems.
Opportunities in disguise, you mean?
It doesn't feel like that right now.
Oh, funny. So just quick reminder, if people are coming back, and obviously you can go to the attendee hub to access everything, but this is the list of challenges. What I've done is taken the most common questions or the things that people have raised most often and put them in at the beginning or just underneath the first section in the doc. And I think there's a lot of stuff around marketing, sales. I think people need to get over the kind of issue of sales and marketing being completely different things, and most people want to do marketing because they think that sales is not the thing they need to do. I think you asked a question about headsets, didn't you, Anna? What do you use at the moment?
So we've got pretty basic Logitech.
Right.
We have a couple of the team have got more expensive ones that names escapes me, pretty common brand with the red logo, black with the red logo. But actually a colleague who's got them was wearing one of these the other day. I said, well, why aren't you wearing your fancy ones? And he was like, oh, these are better quality. And I was like, it's always supposed to be noise cancelling headsets. So I need to ask them a bit more about that. But when I tried them on myself, I thought they were a bit too heavy, that the team wouldn't really like wearing them. But yeah, we're finding we've only really been back in the office properly since September, and we're kind of figuring out it's just made a different usage case. We unfortunate, we've got lots of small little offices here. So there's maybe only 4 people in an office at any one time, but that even still is quite a lot of noise in these small rooms. And it's funny to get into the office and then you sit in your own office all day and don't see anybody. And it's like, well, what was the point of coming in? So if we had one office, I think it would feel more purposeful to come in. And then when we are in, it's like, well, actually, could you just go into that office and we'll just do it on Zoom because I want to share my screen, and it's not very ideal with the 2 screens I've got set up. And if we go downstairs, you will only have one screen.
Yeah. So if you're doing a meeting in the office with somebody else who's in the same office, do you do that on Zoom or do you do that face to face?
Both. So actually, one of the things I've started to do is I've got 2 colleagues who are sort of the finance team.
Yeah.
And on the days when only one of them's in, I will sometimes go and sit in there. But the computers, the screens are back to back. So to see them, you kind of go, so what do you think of that point? And then there isn't a good, so we end up using Zoom, putting ourselves on mute so we can kind of share the screen. So what do you think? Yeah, look in DC, you see where I'm pointing the mouse. So we do lots of that. So I'm not sure that's normal. So I was kind of curious if other people have got similar challenges. So we're kind of doing a little bit of hybrid, but both being together, but both also using the technology. And we never did that before.
Yeah.
Printed something off, we would have sat around the table, but now we're so used to kind of not just having a laptop at our disposal, but actually ergonomically being set up with 2 or 3 screens. And they're like, oh yeah, okay, that's a good point. But let me dig out that last email. Can you update that?
Yeah, that sounds. Everyone's different, right? I think
we had a similar experience. We had our projector cacked, so we have this projector in the and we realized, oh well, we can just take our laptops and do a Zoom call and turn it on mute, just exactly as you said, Anna. And we discovered that was, now the laptops are sitting at on the table, so it's only coming up to here, so we can still see each other. And we found that worked better than the projector, so we just stopped using the projector and start using our laptops on Zoom, even when we're all sitting around the table in person to share a screen. So,
well, that's interesting. That's interesting. I mean, people have more control, I guess, over what they see when you're doing that. It wasn't where I was expecting you to be coming from, though, Anna. I think one kind of massive lesson, I think, with a lot of companies where there's either hybrid or some sort of remote first culture is where you have an office and maybe 20% of the people in the company are in the office or whatever it is. If you're having team meetings, it's one obvious thing to do is for everyone to sit in their HQ in a meeting room and have a video and watch. But actually, a lot of people have said that creates a very strange dynamic, and even the people in an office should actually all be on separate screens and their own machines, and that's something that certainly companies like Fog Creek have found. buffer when they had a kind of a couple of offices. So I mean, I think goes to show that a lot of people have changed their view on how you log in and connect. I think generally, if you happen to be in the same space, it's good. It depends what kind of conversation you're having. If it's a conversation where you're looking through spreadsheets or presentations or whatever it might be, you've got there's stuff you could look into, but there's also lots of situations where nothing actually beats sitting around with laptops off and no screens and no cell phones and all of those sorts of things. Martin, what's your headset? It looks very swish.
Well, it's just a regular Jabra. It's I like having the two. I like the ones with two speakers because I use it for YouTube or whatever, and sometimes I can listen to music on it as well. And it just allows me to do this, get it out of the way if I need to.
Yeah. Is that the Evolve 65?
Yeah, but I mean, I've had this one now for a number of years. It's worked really well. Plugs into the back of the machine. I mean, I don't think it's anything particular. I mean, it was a pricey. Excuse me. The more I talk, it hasn't quite been 2 weeks yet since I was afflicted with this. So the more I talk, it does. But I think I'll be past it. But yeah, I mean, it was a $400 or $500 deal when I got it, so it was a good one back in the day, and it's certainly want to invest in it. I mean, I do like the idea of having those really nice speakers. I mean, the mics that hang up above, and I've even thought about what was it, the teleprompter where you have the screen, or the glass where you can look. Because the number one thing I find that I have a challenge with, and I have to very deliberately do it, and I'm doing it now, is I look directly into the camera. Even though I'm not looking at your eyes.
Yeah.
I prioritize the experience of who's looking at when I'm talking, who's looking at me.
So there's an interesting exercise. Let's do this now. I want you to, without thinking about it, just hold up your right hand and make the letter L and hold it in front of your forehead. So
it's backwards.
No, it's not backwards. It's interesting. I can't quite tell because I think my screen is inverted, but people do that two ways. One looks the correct way and one looks.
Well, your L looks right to me and wrong.
Ah, right. Okay.
And
so
mine is backwards.
Generally, people that do it where it looks right and your one's looking right to me, you're thinking about the person that's receiving the message.
Right.
And some people, when it looks the other way, it's because you're thinking of it from your perspective. So
right.
There's a little I think that's a Dan Pink thing. So what I really want to do in this session is kind of dig in a little bit to some of the issues that people have had. I'm glad you said you got the Jabara because it was one of the things that I put on the list. So in the challenges doc, I've put a few headsets in that people have recommended and use, but I think rather than prescribe, hey, this is the best headset, it's about the best headset for you, and that's something that you touched on as well, Anna. Your colleague was using something and then stopped using it.
They were using a Jabra one, but preferred the wired, something like that. I don't know, and obviously for Martin, you're by yourself in your, no one else is working in your space, whereas that's when other people are working in the space.
Yeah.
You're muted, or no, maybe you do have colleagues you're going to tell us about.
No, I don't have colleagues, but this is actually a real background. It's not an invented one. People will walk up and down those stairs, and it's excuse me. The house is kind of open, and my wife works downstairs, and my son is around, and and so I discovered I can't just do what I guess Jeb is, or is it Jeb is doing?
Jed,
sorry. because it gets noisy in the rest of the house. So I have to do it this way and keep my voice controlled.
Oh, I think as long as you've got a room where you can shut the door. I mean, I've got 2 under 2s. I've got a 2-month-old and a 1.5-year-old just downstairs with their with their mother, and it's really important just to have a place to, well, a nest to hibernate. But
Well,
then
that's
it
it. I
allows
can't
me
shut the
to,
door.
yeah, that's the problem because you've got the stairs, right? But that allows me to have open mics and things, and not use headsets, which is quite a benefit. But it's worth exploring, actually. I think for me too.
So yeah, I've put in a few thoughts. I mean, you absolutely need mic noise cancellation, and this is for an office environment. Mic cancellation and noise cancellation are pretty important. The cheap headsets generally just break and are generally not worth it. But if you spend a huge amount of money, that doesn't guarantee something good. Obviously, the wireless versus wired thing is a big thing, and I think the other thing is that there's a lot of kind of personal preference. Some people like something that goes over their ears and encloses them. Some people like in-ear things. So I mean, I don't know if you get your headsets for everybody in the office or whether they just have a budget, but maybe get people to try the sets that you've got in the office and see what they like and see what they prefer.
Back to complaints. I'm not getting any complaints, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's my philosophy.
Yeah, we have so we've got on this floor of the office 1, 2, 3, 4 offices that kind of look onto each other, and we have a sort of daily, apart from Wednesday, like a check-in call with everybody. And then if they're in the same room, it doesn't work very well, and a few of us need to shut our doors to stop the noise reverberating around and the echo of it. So yeah, something we need to explore. But yeah, if anyone's got any other great tips, I'd love to hear them.
So are you you're in your home office at the moment?
No, this is my office.
All right, okay, it's not bad. And you've got speakers on?
Yeah, so I've got my own office in the office.
Nice.
But I do find that I'm now, in the olden days, so pre-COVID, I was in here pretty much all the time, but often with people in here. But now, a few times a week, I'm in an office with somebody else, working on my computer, having the meeting with them there and then.
Got you. So one of the big things that I think everybody has raised, and I'm going to kind of pick on the people on screen. I know there's some people lurking. If you want to come in and ask questions or whatever, please do, because it's I don't see people that don't have their videos on, but I'm just going to pick on Vesna and Martin and Anna for a little while. And pick up on the sales and marketing things, but I want to kind of dig into a little bit what you mean by that, because these are pretty kind of broad things. Who wants to kind of kick off? I think Martin, maybe. So we talked a little bit in the last session about you going off and getting referrals and testimonials and things, but tell us, were you one of the people that marked sales and marketing and getting found as a thing?
I'm not sure if I'm good at answering quite the question you're asking. I'm not sure if I'm clear, but I can. We're a small team. I'm the main sales guy. My intent is to get a sales guy, or salesperson, I should say. I certainly don't care if it's a guy or male or female, but in fact, female might be better, given that most of the people that we in the market seem to be women that we're dealing with. But my goal is to sort of establish the processes, and then
have something to kind of train somebody on and say, you know, do it this way. Although I'm torn because I don't think I do a particularly good job of sales, and my follow-up is spotty because I'm not focusing exclusively on selling. I've got a bunch of other things to do as well. But anyway, I've got, I mean, the guys that are with me do the marketing, a lot of content development, etc. But we really don't have a salesperson, and I'm torn as to whether I just bite the bullet and just hire somebody and let them run with it and let them tell me how to do it instead of the other way around. And or if I keep doing this. The benefit of doing what I'm doing now during the transition period is because I'm doing all the demos. I'm very deliberate. I'll demo to anybody. Excuse me, I might need to back out of this. Big or small, is because I get to hear from the horse's mouth, you know, what they say and how they react, and that's kind of was one of my main motivations.
And how much time do you spend selling at the moment?
Oh, it's a good 50%, 50-60% of my time, or it's supposed to be anyway. I've done a decent job of delegating everything else.
Yeah. Okay. And Vesna.
Yeah, I gotta find the button. Sorry. Yeah, do you want me to describe like what I'm
just explain
doing?
where you are a little bit.
Well, where I am currently is like I said, I'm just kind of kicking it off, but I like falling into how I've done it in the past, which is I think a little more organic. I don't send out a lot of messaging. I more talk to people, and just through talking and understanding their needs, whether they need us or they don't need us, I try to help them find a solution that will fit their needs. And then just kind of reaching out, like I put in my little plan thing, just reaching out to people that I've already dealt with or people that I already know. Yeah, I mean, that's, I was never schooled in sales and marketing, so I don't do it that way. I do it how I know best, and it's just to talk and ramble on and listen to what other people say and try to make the connections for them.
Well, I think that's a very powerful way of doing it. For many reasons. I think, you know, people have this model of what selling is about in their head, and it's quite often a model that is a terrible way of doing sales, which is, you know, what's this? It's the end of your arm, get on the phone people up, pitch them. And I mean, I think a lot of the talks that we've had over the past few years at BoS, you know, from people like Bob and from April Dunford, Bob Mester, April Dunford, Mark today, are very much about having conversations with people and understanding, you know, what their challenges are. And I think, you know, as founders, you have a very different, and as CEOs, you have a very different perspective on sales and what sales are about. And you also have a unique advantage in that, you know, you do see across different parts of the business, for rightly or wrongly, people will see you as being the, you know, they're getting kind of high level contact, and people seem to like that and enjoy that. And how involved are you in sales, and how involved are you in marketing? Because you don't have a big sales team at all, do you?
We've got two products, and we've got for one of them, which is quite a mature product, we've got more than half the marketplace. We have an account manager because our money comes from selling to those existing customers. Yeah. And then we've got another person who is been with us a long time, but is now just doing 3 days a week, and she focuses on the new customers and looking after the prospect marketplace. So I'm sort of in quite a big support role for that product. I've sort of stepped into the sales, I've stepped into the account management over the time, and I started off in this business as a sales and marketing person for the product when we were just starting off in the UK. So pretty involved in that. And then on the other product, which is the product we sell to universities, we've got one salesperson, and we're recruiting in an account manager / customer success person because we need to do more work there. And I know probably a classic customer success journey, realizing that revenue needs protecting and is more value to us than the new sales we bring in each year. And we've lost a few customers, and whilst there's no sort of immediate apparent trend or kind of the same reason, we're not all going to the same competitor, it's time for us to take a real fresh look at that. And I've been thinking a lot about kind of resource, both having the right heads, but also that they are well equipped, they are, they're knowledgeable as well, and that takes a long time. So we have got an account management gap, so we will have to fill that, and I'm interviewing at the moment. I mean, it's very interesting, the price point for those salaries. It's really gone up. Graduate salaries, one year of experience, and they're wanting 38,000–40,000 pounds. I know, right? Feedback welcome. It seems to be that people aren't moving roles unless they're getting more money, because why would you move roles with all the economic turbulence? And so that, yeah, and that people are investing in customer success because software companies are growing and they've got targets to hit, and they're sort of doubling down on that, it seems. So it does seem to be quite competitive, but I'm only really hearing it from my one recruiter that I use, who I really like, and have got me good people in the past and understands what I'm looking for. And we're a small business, and it's no, I don't pay top dollar, but this person is going to be the person that represents us. So they're so important. Like, every person is in a small company. They're the person that does the deployment. They're the person that does the support. So it's I'm being really fussy, and I've been trying to fill this role for a long time. It took sort of a new starter to say come October. I'm kind of, I've changed tact in terms of how I'm recruiting. So I'm doing the first initial sift and first chat, then asking colleagues to do it, and then stepping in at the final stage. And we took one person through to the final stage, and she just didn't. I don't have enough information today to offer her the job. So I've decided I'm going to offer her one last chance, and she'll either she'll have enough rope to either hang herself, or she'll climb out and she'll impress me. It's the naive, she's in this. I haven't recruited, I haven't been prescriptive about how much experience that they have, and this candidate has only a year's worth of experience. But then kind of the recruiter talks about the naivety, because she just thinks she knows a lot. And I'm like, I know I don't know anything about that. And I've been working for, 20 odd years. And you sound like you think you do know about it, and you've been working for 1 year. It's really interesting.
So you haven't employed them?
Not yet.
Right. Okay.
No. Yeah.
Interesting.
So I've got an account manager and a salesperson for each product, and then I have one marketing manager. And so I manage that team. Whilst my title is managing director, it's sort of that side of it I'm most heavily involved in. And then I've got a team two people that do the finance.
So why are you looking at someone with a year's experience?
Oh, well, as I say, I was open to what I would get, and I'm looking for an account success manager. I would like them to have experience with universities and/or experience in a software house. And this person's kind of came through, and I quite like them at the first. I quite like you, and then I haven't been hunting for that. In fact, most of the people I've interviewed have got a lot more experience and are at the same price point. But this is kind of the price point for the role. It's one of those things that maybe the if they can command that salary somewhere else.
Yeah, I feel
then
so.
that's-
It's interesting. So just going back to Vesna, you do all your sales, right?
Yep, it's just me.
And you do all your delivery and all your executive functions, as far as I can understand.
Yeah, well, Mike does the the financials, and he manages a few projects as well. The only other thing would be getting someone else on to manage projects. And I do have people in-house. I just need to pull them off of projects. Because they're managing the project that they're in very well. I'd like them to manage projects like within our company and manage within there. But other than that, yeah, I do the rest of that. I do the onboarding. I do coaching. I do training. Yeah.
Wow. So do you feel you're a block in the organization? I don't mean that unkindly.
Yeah, I mean, I do. And like, I'd be very happy just, and this is where I'm trying to get to, is just managing customer relationships, client relationships, and our team. Even just light coaching, for some clients, which is fine. That's why I'd really like to get someone else who can manage projects, instead of me having that knowledge. And I think
you don't think that's someone that can step up in-house?
Yeah, they can. I just need to get them off the current projects that they're on.
Right.
And that's the thing. I'm definitely a block. I think I don't even know how to explain it. I'm not tooting my own horn here, but it's the way that we've built the company, what we're offering, and how intimately I know and understand what's being done. I'm the one who's got, the 3 decades, everyone else is under, well under 10 years. And just, I've got like over 90 teams under my belt, and I've got the experience that I can't ask them to have, like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I can help guide them beside me until they get the experience, and I'm fine with that. But right now I'm the one who has that. And I'm the one who can go, oh yeah, that worked over here, or you can do this, or like I can offer those solutions quite quickly, and efficiently. And so definitely that's a blocker.
Okay, that's interesting. But your preference, I'm slightly surprised, your preference actually is kind of move into more biz dev, more customer facing, and less on the delivery.
Yeah,
I had you all wrong.
Because I mean, a part of like testing in QA is understanding the business, understanding what we're testing, understanding what we're providing. I love doing that. And the thing I'm finding with some of these startups is they don't even know what they're trying to provide. So I now love offering that and kind of doing the sales and marketing and the biz dev kind of thing with them. And then offering the testers as, oh, here's someone who can, do the actual work for you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It makes perfect sense. What do you think your blocker is, Anna? Is it that customer success person?
One of my blockers, I think, my key focus for the first quarter is revenue. So revenue, kind of, having a stronger sales year than we had last year. But that's primarily sales to existing customers and buying modules and market. And that's a little bit restricted by market size. But perhaps taking a fresh look at how we charge for things, if there's an opportunity. I mean, my team have been after putting the price down for things, not necessarily putting the price up. So we just sort of evaluate if that's going to maximize the market, and having and then sort of that the ARR revenue and protecting that as much as we can.
Yeah.
So we're in the world of libraries, and universities, and there's funding pressures, and I think reductions in licenses are going to come our way. So I think we need to do some sort of evaluation about whether what the impact of that will have for the future of the business. You want to be growing the right way, don't we? But I think we're worried, but without the full data, if we're going the right way or the wrong way at the moment.
Yeah. So in Mark Gibson's talk, he was talking about kind of how business to business sales have changed and how they're likely to change in a recession. As you say, there's increasing pressure on budgets and all sorts of things. What's your sense of what's happening within your organization, or when do you start to get those? When do you start to get visibility on those issues?
I think we're in a slightly different situation because, as I say, that our market is UK councils or international library services and universities. So it's not B2B as a as a business, although they are businesses and they've got to balance their books. When will we see? I don't know. I guess I hope it's not going to catch you by surprise. We did have a flurry of orders for our university product towards the end of last year after a bit of a quiet start. How do you evaluate where, there's long sales cycles for our products as well. So we've been talking to some people about things for a decade. There's plenty of scenarios of that. So is it the salesperson? Is it the product? Is it the market? Is it the way we're approaching the sale? And when you've only got one person doing that, it's harder to get to the truth, I think.
Yeah.
Will we bring in another salesperson as a comparison point, but then you're dividing the market up between two people, and the managing that and the benefit of that has got to outweigh the risk you're putting within the sales team you've got. So my current strategy is to continue as we are, bringing an account manager. That'll be another lens on our market as well. Hopefully some enthusiasm and reporting back to us. No, customers really love this, and this. Whereas the salesperson is like, they always ask for ABC. I can't say we've got ABC. So I hope that, and we're a team who've all been working here for 10 years or more. So some sort of newness in that will invigorate us as all, I would hope. But it's as you know, as I said before, it's a big shift. Is suddenly we're going to be introducing, going to have a new 25% of the team. That's a big impact. It changes the perspective and the culture, and need to make sure they're going to be the right sort of team.
And you have a pretty decent piece of the market, right? So a lot of your business is repeat business. You want to go off and build new revenue, and I think from that perspective, I think you're probably quite similar to Martin, who seems to have has established customers. We were doing a bit of brainstorming earlier on about how he can go off and find new people. But I'm curious to know from both of you, and also Vesna, how do you kind of farm and harvest your existing customers? Do you look at these two things, new revenue from new customers versus account management, as two separate things? And what strategies do you use to kind of keep close to your customers and keep them happy, keep them?
So for us, our customers, and that's actually been one of the challenges that we've had. So for our library product, the customers are worth quite a lot of money to us. For the university product, we've got more customers, but they're worth a bit less. So for the library product, we have an account manager. They look after 100 odd customers. So it's their, and they will have an account call kind of with the customer twice a year, following kind of a template. And what we have done a lot of work in is providing thought leadership and research and data, because we are experts in the industry that we're in. So we do research for our own purposes, but we publish it. And that's been hugely valuable in increasing our reputation with customers, but also with prospect organizations, because it's like, oh, do you want to buy our product? Actually, let me talk to you about what the research we're doing. We kind of come across as the good guys.
Yeah.
And it also helps us to secure the market, because we're involved in computers in libraries. So we do a lot of research about how important they are, because no one else is shouting about how important they are. And if we don't do it, our market will reduce, and we're doing our best to kind of keep that market alive and active, and support librarians by helping them to promote why it's such an important service. So yeah, we do see them as separate, but actually our, you know, things like when we do a newsletter to customers, it's very similar to what we send to prospect organizations. You know, it's but it's tailored, and we have kind of the same sort of cadence, which is appropriate. You know, we only need to communicate with the prospect marketplace about quarterly. That is not the case for the university product. We need to communicate with them far more regularly, because these more kind of active decisions are being made in the library product. They know where we are. We're the main people you would talk to. So if they are, and you know, they don't, there's a lot of inertia. They won't change unless they have to. So when they do change, hopefully they'll have a conversation with us. But we are increasing our, you know, when we had less resource, we had to focus on our customers. We now got a bit more resource, so we're focused on the prospects in that.
Do you have a customer forum, or I mean, you say you produce this research, and I'm wondering how, I mean, this might be quite relevant to Martin as well, who was saying that he was kind of thinking about what content he can produce. And I think he's a lot better at producing interesting content than he was suggesting he might be. But you're sending out the reports, the research. Do you then bring people together to talk about that in any way?
Kind of the other way around. So we do an annual user group, and ahead of that user group, we send out a survey. So we do talk about the interim findings in the user group, but it's never the most popular bit of the session. They want to sort of talk to the geeky guys about geeky things. And then we publish the results. And then we don't have another meeting about them, but that'd be the basis of the blogs we write. And when we're going to conferences, it would be the thing that we talk about. So rather than me standing up and saying, we've got the best product, we say computers are really important. We really believe that, and look at the data. And then they're all taking photos, and that's super useful. Other things that we've done is we've kind of created posters they can put up in their libraries about what great things libraries do. And we've created an editable infographic. So you can put your statistics from our product in this pretty little thing and put, you know, and use that in your presentations. But also, if you're using a competitive product, you probably get some similar statistics. You know, you could do it too. So that's another thing that we've done. We're trying to help them to market themselves. We also produced some books with the professional body. They were quite happy to co-brand it. We did all the work, but by having them on it, legitimacy that we couldn't have had ourselves, because of course, computers and libraries are really important. Why wouldn't we? Whereas them kind of joining it, and they were happy to do that. So we would look to do other things like that again, but that was sort of called Short Stories of Computers in Public Libraries, basically.
Got you. So same question, I guess, to Martin. Your users, do you help bring them together to talk about things they can do better, how to do things, different jobs?
Up until recently, I think we've been a little bit frightened of doing that. I mean, that's maybe overstating it.
No, it's a fear is a strong one.
And we've got kind of a, you know, we're not quite so focused that we have universities, we have municipalities, we have, you know, some like financial services will use us or components for investor relations. One of the things I'm interested in from Anna, when the one thing you said was the response you got to the survey, and because I've never really done a survey,
You're chicken to
especially-
you. That's where your fear is asking your customers saying, I don't know why, because I think they really like your product.
Well, no, they do. They do. I mean, I've had some good experiences with some feedback sessions where this woman finally said to me, she says, look, it's great. Stop asking me what's wrong with it. It's wonderful the way it is.
What's your product, Martin?
It's just an email marketing product. We used to call it, and we sort of stumbled into it because of a data in Canada requirement that a lot of companies or organizations have. And we just had data in Canada. We have our own stack. We don't use AWS or anything like that. Not that that necessarily matters, but that kind of got us going down this path because we just ended up with a lot of customers looking for that. And then that got us going on the needs for communicators until we finally woke up to that. I mean, I've been a very slow learner. But we, and then, you know, as I said, we've finally come to this communication and realized, oh, there's a whole opportunity. And people that perceive themselves as not marketing, they don't even want to be called marketing. They certainly don't want to use the word sales or be sold to.
What are they? They're like disciples?
No, they're just communication professionals. They're sending out, you know, they're not selling. Their goal is not to increase revenue. It's to engage. It's to just, you know, provide value. Professional bodies is another one. Regulatory agencies is another one. And you know, the bulk of our customers are still in Canada, although we're sort of preparing to go beyond that with this. You know, whether it'll work or not is another thing. But a lot of the customers now do not have that data in Canada requirement, but they're going with it. They're going with it anyway. So it's encouraging. Been a long slog though.
Yeah,
I've got another product we're working on just to keep it interesting. I don't know. Did I answer your question? What was the question originally?
I asked what did you do, but you were going to ask me about our
The
research.
surveys, yes.
Yeah, so we've got kind of 100-ish customers, and we've had 80 customers respond to the survey, which is really high. So then in a marketplace of 200, that's quite statistically valid data. But we're not really asking about our product. We ask them, are they investing in different library technology this year? What do people do on computers in libraries? Are requests for digital skill support increasing, decreasing, or staying the same? So we've got some questions we do on a longitudinal basis. We can ask every year or every other year. And then other questions that are more industry orientated. So for us, it's easy for customers to benchmark themselves against that, because they're all kind of the same thing. There might be a small authority or big authority. It's probably quite UK orientated. It is only UK customers we're asking, but we're going to, our next biggest market is Sweden, and we're going to talk to the strategic partner there about if we could do something. So actually partner management is something I'm looking at. You know, we know all of this about our customers, and for them, it's like another product that they sell. And we're not even asking them to ask the right questions about the customer setup or infrastructure. So I mentioned that in case of interest to anyone else.
To what extent do you publish information that comes from the data from their use of the product itself, either directly to them?
Yeah, we don't. This is all about additional information. Why?
Yeah.
The product's not very well equipped to do it. So we're not, it's software that's installed on their servers for the library product, that is. Right. So we'd have to kind of log on and get reports and pull that data together. I'm also not sure that producing that data would be in our favor. You know, yeah.
What do you mean by not in your favor?
So for instance, so we look after computers and libraries. There's going to be lots of times when those computers and libraries are not used. But we are promoting that they keep computers and libraries high. And that's because at peak times they are all needed, right? Yeah. But if I did an in-depth analysis on each customer, what conclusion would I reach about how many computers they needed? Would it be more or less than they've got?
Is that what you were asking, Martin?
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about there's two asks. I've thought about, like, we could do reporting out of the because it's a SaaS. Ours is not installed on site. Ours is all SaaS. So we've got all the data in terms of how many messages are being sent, what are the average response rates, how many communications go out per month. You know, we don't do this right now. We could do that. I don't know if I don't actually know if I'm allowed to do that, but I don't know. But anyway, you know, we'd be using their data to create meta reports, and maybe we have to get their permission to do
As long
that.
as it's sufficiently meta.
I would think so. Yeah, I mean, I would think so. I don't like to be too but we've had some weird reactions for requests from some of these organizations that don't make a lot of sense to me, but I'm not going to fight them on it.
Yeah.
But we have some, you know, some unique information that maybe we could leverage for benchmarking purposes, exactly as Anna said, just so they know, oh, well, we normally send one a week and the average is one a week. Oh, so that sounds good, you know, I don't know, that kind of thing.
So I thought Martin was talking less about usage data and server uptimes or use.
No, I wasn't talking about server. I was talking about what Anna was talking about, but then the server info was kind of an indent, like in addition to that. Like I could provide them with although they've got access to this stuff themselves, I could provide them with a report and say, hey, this is what happened with your data this year, and make that a sort of something that would maybe ingratiate us to get them to answer questions about other stuff, you know, I don't know, or please answer this and we'll send you this. I don't know if that's, I just wondered if that was something anybody else had experimented with.
Yeah, I was just wondering with Anna though, do you know what your customers are doing? I mean, and that's less at the kind of usage data level. What are the problems people are solving? I mean, if you kind of take that jobs to be done approach, customers are using your software, they're hiring you to do a job, and quite often when people start hiring someone to do a job, you suddenly discover other jobs that you can do and other things that, you know, what are the things that people do with your software that you didn't expect?
I don't think there is anything, because it's a mature product that's been around for 20 years, where we develop features that meet their requirements. One thing we have done on the research front is, I don't know if this be relatable to Martin, but we conduct some desktop research. So libraries provide printing services, and I just got someone to go on every single library website and pull that data together so that they could then benchmark themselves against that. But that's very public facing stuff, but no one else put that together, and it was us offering a service and people kind of clicking on that, but not much effort or energy really. They're like, oh, everyone else is charging 50p and we're only charging 10p, like let's put our prices up. So that was a useful service that we offered. And we've done similar sort of external thought leadership into things like, we run checkout services at universities, so you go and borrow a camera from them or a laptop. So barcodes are really fascinating to them. Like, where do you get your best stickers from? Where do you, do you use a QR code? Do you use a barcode reader? What's the best? So it's not our software. It's sort of, it's stuff in the realm of us. But if you're writing marketing content, that's what you do all the time, right? If you're a pool manufacturer, you talk about pool cleaning, even though you make pools and don't clean them. But that's worked well for us, I think. But yeah, I don't think there's anything really from a jobs to be done perspective on.
If only Bob was here, he would grab your screen and sit you down and interview you, and you would leave with a that's the challenge that he likes to rise to. He's coming to Cambridge, by the way, for the Europe conference, which is exciting. So Vesna, you were talking about, I keep looking at where people are on my screen. You were talking about Slacks as a place where people hang out. Martin, is there any commonality in the places that your customers are hanging out, your prospects, and same with Anna, where do these people hang out when they're not just loving your software?
I don't think we've done a very good job of figuring that out, honestly. I think we've just been dealing with sort of generic, email. We've still got LinkedIn to explore, as I mentioned. As far as trade shows, I know that Mark was saying trade shows are great, but trade shows are a very big commitment, both in time and and money, and I'm reluctant to do it given all of the other gaps I've got in my in my processes. I think we try to do these feedback calls.
Yeah.
Where kind of like what Anna was saying about having the account manager have a touch point with them twice a year, but our software is not as high priced for a lot of them. They're paying like $100 a month kind of a thing for I mean, some of them are up to 2,000, and they're easy to get to talk to because it's a bigger impact on them. It's more extensive, but yeah, I mean, just getting and talking to them and asking them. I mean, I don't think I've really, asked the question, where do you hang out? But I think we've got so many basics to fix that that we haven't moved there yet. I mean, I'm not even asking for referrals, right? So that's how bad
and
it
this
is.
stuff is so, it's all a question of priorities. I mean, marketing is like that. I can't remember if it's in Bill and Ted or they're one of the, when the guys got, down and give me infinity on press ups. I mean, there's literally, once you start marketing, you can never stop. And I think, one of the key things there for anybody is to really kind of prioritize stuff. Have some kind of framework where you can measure results and then start running experiments, which is again something that we've had a lot of sessions on at BoS over the years, and there are some really well established frameworks for doing that. But Vesna, I'm really interested in how you work out. You see, I just don't understand Slack, and it might be something to do with my ADHD or whatever, but I can barely kind of keep on top of one or two channels. How do you go to these places, and how did you decide that Slack was a good place versus LinkedIn versus user groups versus Twitter versus?
Yeah, Twitter I tried early on. So man, back in 2009 through 13, I got nothing at all. I did a big LinkedIn, I don't know, campaign, I guess. I don't know. I just messaged a ton of people, probably 2011. I'm still getting clients from that. It's insane. And that was back when everybody was eager to link up and talk to people, and it was great. I think I did 2 or 3 months. I must have hit maybe like personal messages to a couple thousand, maybe more, maybe 5 to 10,000, right?
What you did manually?
I did that manually. That was like early days. I had nothing else to do. We were nomadic. I had 3 kids. Whatever kept me on the computer was what I was happy with. They were little, running around, just like go do something. So it was great because I've gotten a lot of contacts through that. I also did a lot of work when we were situated in one spot. I did a lot of work with incubation centers and stuff, because my main target is CTOs and CEOs, right? And that's who I want to help and who I want to talk to. What was my point in all this? Since then, I got a lot of word of mouth probably in the last 3 or 4 years, which I'm really thankful for. Like, our name is really kind of out there more now. And I've tried LinkedIn, and I literally get nothing anymore. Other than, like I said, referrals or connections. So I don't know when it was, maybe 2-3 years ago. I was on a local Slack that I'd heard about of just tech, like our local tech group here in Waterloo, which is fairly extensive. It's pretty big. And I was on that, and someone asked about some leadership or tech Slacks to jump into, and I joined them all. And a couple of them have 20, 30,000 tech leaders, like across US, Canada, UK, and Australia. And they're amazing. And they're all there to just help and share information and help each other on all sorts of topics. And it's absolutely incredible. And you can find people, like you can just talk to high ups in some big well-known companies and just reach out to them and talk to them. And so I've got at least 20 or 30 Slacks. I haven't even started touching Discord yet, because I find that's more younger and more open source, I guess, people, but maybe there are good Discords out there. Yeah, and it's great. It's just conversations, and it's making stupid comments like, I don't know, about weather or cats or like anything, right? Just making comments, making conversation, and all of a sudden someone will be in the DM and say, hey, I see you do this and this, can we get on a call? And they're legitimate, like they're not, because they're very well vetted. They're not just a free for all. There's also paid Slacks that you can get into, which I haven't yet, because I've really, I think, hit the jackpot with at least one or two of the leadership ones I'm in terms of even everything I get from them in terms of just knowledge and learning, let alone the clients that kind of come through there.
So I don't know what Slacks you're in, but I can speak to your LinkedIn, and I think it's a really interesting thing for anyone to learn about. So that's I think that's the stuff that you've shared. Now, there are lots of different types of people on LinkedIn, the thinkfluencers and the thought leaders, and God, I mean, there's just people that post relentlessly, lots of kind of quotes from Jeff Bezos and things, and you just don't do that. You've got some slightly quirky, interesting stuff. It's always personal. I noticed you reposted something from a competitor. It's the second thing from Jason Hamilton.
Oh, Jason. Yeah, because Jason and I were trying or whatever, proposing for Bridget's company a while back. And Jason went out because she got the impression that he could scale more or something, but we were pretty equal. And we can definitely scale, but I guess I didn't think that's what she wanted at the time. So I totally blew it on that one. But she loves everything about outsourced QA, and Bridget and I spoke a lot about that the short time that I was at BoS in Boston. And she said, do you know that you surely know Jason? And I said, no, I don't. And he's actually, I think he's is he in one of the leadership channels? I don't know. Doesn't matter. So we're supposed to meet up and talk, because she said we should really chat about helping each other, because he's got a slightly different way of handling what we're doing, and we're more, maybe not. I think he does a lot of automation or something. There's something that's different about his offerings than ours. And I just love to talk to him about it. But yeah, he's a lot more vocal. The testing community is really toxic. It's a really, I'm afraid to put opinions out there almost. There's a few, not Jason, but there's a few really loud bullies that are out there that just attack anybody who tries to help. And I try to stay away from that. And I just want to help the customers that I'm working with. And the good people.
Interesting.
And I think Jason's on that same side of things, which is good.
Yeah, no, he's a pretty open guy. But I mean, I think what I would say about your posts is, regardless of whether I read them all, almost all of them appear in my timeline. When I go to LinkedIn, I will tend to see what you're up to and what you're doing. So there's definitely some good lessons there, I think, in terms of what you can do. So let's think about getting back to some a little bit of focus for Martin and Vesna and Anna, really. So Martin, you were talking about building, getting hold of some people and getting testimonials, and you said that you thought you should be doing, what was it, 10 a month?
Oh, I just threw that right on the top of my head. I think if I can do more than that, I've got quite a few people. Whoop, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, fine.
Yeah. I mean, I should be able to do more than 10 a month. That's like, what is that? That's one every 2 days. Like I should be doing 20 a month at least, like calling up and getting a referral. Or actually, I'm sorry, but I actually have to. I mean, I only have really till noon. I'm stretching it a little bit here.
All right.
So
don't worry at all. So there's two things for you. One is that referrals thing, and then the other thing is to look at LinkedIn.
Does anybody, the one last question, does anybody do anything on YouTube?
About
but just promoting, like, support documents and videos about the product, or no?
There's a lot of people that use it really well. I mean, there are different video things there. It's definitely very, very good for SEO, but I'll make a note and see if I can pull a couple of things together and give you a little view on some different ways of looking at that.
And am I sorry?
Not something we're strong on, I'm afraid.
No. And am I going to miss another presentation this afternoon? Will it be posted?
No, this is the final one. So
okay.
Because we started earlier because of Alex's Swissness, an early start. So no, okay. Martin, thank you. That's great.
Well, no, thank you. It was good.
Is it okay to copy you into an email with Vesna and Anna?
Oh, yeah.
Because I'd like to get you to hold each other to account on a couple of these things. So much easier than me doing it.
Right. Well, Vesna's not too far from me, just north of the city, right?
Just down the road. Oh, I'm in KW right now. Well, Waterloo. I can't say KW. I'm in Waterloo.
Brilliant.
Did you move?
I'm gonna dip out.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. Yeah, I gotta go too. I'm late for a call. I gotta go.
Fabulous.
Okay, thank
Martin,
you.
Thanks so much. Anna, great. I will send you a note. I had a couple of thoughts for you, but we can pick those up another time. And it looks like people are disappearing.
I'm here.
Everyone's gone.
Vesna's here. We're good.
I know.
Oh, sorry. Do you want me to go?
That's all right.
No,
that's all right.
Just beyond 5 o'clock our time. So yeah, a couple of people had been saying throughout the day that they're on a bit of a tight schedule today.
Yeah.
So why everyone's all disappeared.
Yeah, which is great. So Vesna.
Yes.
You've got to get your shit together, and I'm going to put you together. I'm going to put you in a little group with Anna and Martin, because I think you should and can hold yourselves to account. But what are you going to be doing in the next 2 weeks? Remind me.
Yeah, so I just got to see where the heck I wrote it. I wrote it somewhere because I've lost the chat here. Yeah, I've got Notion and Trello boards that are just full of contacts that I've actually spoken to over the last, 3 to 4 years. I don't want to go back too far. So I need to go through that and organize it and prioritize it, and then reach out to all the P1s, priority ones, whatever is wherever I spoke to them last. So LinkedIn, Slack, Discord, email, text, or whatever for catch up. And then make a list and prioritize all of local and US startups that have received funding in the past 1 to 2 months. So doing that and reaching out to, and what I do is I'll look on LinkedIn, I'll find an interesting company, And I'll look on LinkedIn and see who I'm connected to at that company, which 90% of the time I've got a first in there somewhere.
Yeah.
So I'll reach out to all my firsts as a priority, and see if I can get talking to anybody. And that's just going to be kind of my blitz.
Right.
Everyone's a little more personal. So
Sweet. Ignacio, are you there? Are you lurking, or are you? Don't think he is. All right. Speak now, forever hold your peace. Thank you. Again, I will drop you a note and put you together with Martin. I'll just kind of summarize what the three of you said you were going to do. And I think it'd be great for you to give each other a nudge and let us know what happens on that. But we'll see you in a month or so for the product session, and then we'll see you in Cambridge. It's very exciting. Million miles away now. How are you?
Bring that coat with you because it gets really cold in March over here. So
oh no, yeah, what's really cold? This is a -25 Celsius coat.
forget what I just said. That's it's just blown it out of the water. Yeah.
Wow.
It's England cold, which means it's not very cold.
Which is what, 10? Plus 10?
Who knows at that time of
So
year.
jealous.
Amazing.
I think you actually what you should be bringing, Vesna, is your new dog.
Oh my gosh. Don't they have to
Smuggle
go
the
to
dog
quarantine and stuff? Smuggle him. It won't be that hard. Actually, I just stick him in a pocket.
Yeah, easy.
He's so small. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Oh no, that'll be awesome.
Kirk, is there anything you want to leave us with, Kirk? It's not the usual,
as much as, you know, Vesna is a lovely business, there's not many people here for me to tell about the leaving feedback and all the things I was meant to do before everyone left. So I'll be sending everyone an email instead. So watch out for your inbox.
Great. Take very good care, everybody. Thank you very much.